10:07. It is July 26th. This is the regularly scheduled California Board of Equalization meeting. Thank you for joining us. My name is Malia Cohen, Chair of this body. To my left is the Vice Chair, Mike Schaefer. To my left is Senator Ted Gaines. To my right. On my right is Mr. Antonio Vasquez. And also joining us this morning is the Controller, State Controller Betty Yee. If you're able, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance by rising and placing your right hand over your heart. Please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, good morning. This meeting is officially called to order. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Good morning. Chair Cohn.
Good morning. Present.
Vice Chair Schaefer. Member Gaines. Member Vasquez.
Present.
Controller Yee. Here.
A quorum is present. Thank you very much. I will begin with opening remarks, and I'll turn to my colleague, Mr. Gaines.
Okay, I think I've got that on. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to just recognize a couple of important issues here. The first is a sad note having to do with the passing of Senator Bob Dutton, who I had the pleasure of serving with in the Senate. He was the Senate Republican leader when I was elected into the Senate, and he was just such a genteel, kind, fair-minded individual. He's kind of a, what would I say, a politician, kind of old school, where he could get along with folks. It didn't matter what party you were from, but he was always solution-oriented and trying to figure out how we could solve problems for our constituents. And I really enjoyed getting to know him because he then became the county assessor in San Bernardino. And I had the opportunity to visit him throughout my first term, most recently in April. And he was very jovial and happy and looked very healthy at the time, so it's a shock to me that he's passed away. But he left a great legacy, and he served in the same way at the local level as county assessor. He was always looking to try to figure out how to simplify the processes within the county assessor's office, how to make things easier for his constituents. And so I'll always have a warm spot in my heart for Senator Bob Dutton, and also County Assessor Dutton. Secondly, on a brighter note, I just wanted to recognize the amazing talents and success of our American athletes who recently competed in the World Athletic Championships in Eugene, Oregon, track and field. Team USA composed of athletes from all over the United States, and also athletes from all around the world, from different racial, ethnic, and social economic backgrounds, won a total of 33 medals. Team USA won more medals than any other country in the competition, and more than any single country has ever won at the World Championships. This includes 13 gold medals. It was also the first time that the championships had been in the United States, and I don't know if you're familiar with what's happened in Eugene, Oregon, but they've got a beautiful world-class track facility that I think was largely funded by Nike, Phil Knight. I think that's where I believe he's an alumni, and that's kind of where Nike shoes got started. But a beautiful facility. When we take a look at the events that occurred, the 400 relays were incredible. Noah Lyles broke the 26-year-old record for the 200. Sidney McLaughlin, who's just an incredible athlete and has a great heart also, smashed the world record in the 400 hurdles. She's done that, I believe, it's either 3 or 4 times in the last 2 years, and she's only 23. So I think we've got great opportunities in the future. But just an incredible display of our athletes from start to finish. The United States looks to be in a dominant position heading into the next Olympics, and just wanted to say how proud we all are of our great athletes and what lies in the future for track and field. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you for that acknowledgement. I had a chance to watch some of the highlights, and that's Sydney McLaughlin is fire.
Amazing.
She is
Amazing.
an incredible athlete.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Colleagues, are there any other comments that you'd like to? Okay. Let me recognize the chair, and we'll get down on this end. Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Bob Dutton was in my District 4 in San Bernardino County, and he was always jovial and happy and enthusiastic when I saw him. He's married for 40 years. He has a daughter, Kara, that is well respected. But what's most interesting, at age 71, he still has mom and dad. Very few of us seniors, you'll say that. He was on the city council, Rancho Cucamonga, as his first political career, and I'm very sad to have heard of his loss, and I can thank my colleague Ted for starting that as the most important note of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the controller, then we'll go to you, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I also just wanted to add my note of condolence around the passing of Senator Dutton. Member Gaines, you described him aptly. He was an old-school legislator who really knew how to work on a bipartisan basis and really enjoyed the time that I had, an opportunity that I had to work with him on a variety of issues. And so deepest condolences to his family over his passing. I also wanted to just acknowledge our firefighters who continue to be challenged by the Oak Fire in Mariposa County. It's the containment will take a while, but it's been now starting to threaten homes, and just want to keep the thoughts of everyone in Mariposa County close. They've done just a valiant effort throughout this fire season already, saving some old growth sequoias in the past weeks, but now with homes and lives in the line of jeopardy, I know that their work will become much more challenging. So just keeping them in our thoughts, and obviously the Board of Equalization will be working with our assessors, and we'll be providing whatever extended service to really assist those who are affected by the fire. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course, thank you. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Good morning. I also just wanted to add my condolences to the Dutton family. You know, he's actually San Bernardino, both myself and their vice chair kind of split that county, and I had an opportunity to meet him first time when I first got elected in 2018, and he was nothing but a gem. Actually, he's one of the assessors that's actually the assessor, the recorder, and the clerk. Very efficient in his operations. He walked me through, and I heard nothing but good things about him. And as I interacted with him over these last 4 years, he proved to be very efficient. And like I think the Senator mentioned, whenever you asked him a question, he was very quick to respond or to get back to you if he didn't have the answer. So my condolences also go out to his daughter, his wife, Andrea Gillian Dutton, and then we just mentioned his dad, Ted Dutton. You know, he was fortunate enough to still have his dad around. So, but I just wanted to chime in also to the Dutton family, my condolences.
Absolutely. All right, well, we could close the board meeting out in honor of Senator Dutton, if you don't mind. Mr. Gaines, is that acceptable to you? All right, we will do that at the end of this meeting. But before that, we have a lot of meeting and a lot of things ahead of us. Ms. Cicchetti, I'm excited to do this work. Could you please call the first order of business?
Our first order of business is an announcement regarding public safety and boardroom procedure. Good morning, Madam Chair and members. I'd like to remind the audience to silence your cell phones and other wireless devices. The current COVID-19 guidelines and procedures for the Board of Equalization require that all BOE employees must wear a mask while inside BOE facility or while attending a BOE event. You may remove your mask when you're presenting before the board as a speaker when sitting at the table. Masks and hand sanitizer are available to all and can be found at the back of the auditorium. To speak before the board in person, please complete and submit to the clerk a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. After the presentation of an item on the agenda has concluded, we will identify any public comments requests that we have received by our board proceeding staff in the auditorium. Then we will identify any public comments with the AT&T operator. Then we will read any public comments received in writing in advance of today's meeting. You may approach the table when your name is called upon to make a public comment. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T operator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line, as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Thank you for your patience and understanding.
Okay. Is there another item?
Our first item for today
Thank you.
is AA1, Fiscal Year 2022-23 Private Railroad Car Tax Rate. Report on the tax rate applicable to the 2022-23 Private Railroad Car Tax Assessment. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. This is a constitutional function. This matter will be presented by Mr. McCool and Ms. DiNapoli.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Schaefer, and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties. With me today is Ms. Pamela DiNapoli, Manager of our Field Appraisal and Board Roll Production Unit. Ms. DiNapoli and I will be available to answer any questions for the private railroad car and state-assessed items on the agenda this morning. I'm here today to report on this year's private railroad car tax rate. This year's rate is 1.155%, which is down slightly from last year's 1.156%. The rate is computed annually by the Board's Legislative Research and Statistics Division under the provisions of Revenue and Taxation Code 11403. This code section states that the Board shall annually compute the average rate of general property taxation in the state. The rate is approved annually by BOE's Executive Director and reported to the Board at the July Board meeting for informational purposes. The approved tax rate is applied by the State Assessed Properties Division to the annual private railroad car assessed values. The private railroad car assessed values multiplied by this approved rate will equate to the amount of tax due for each private railroad car assessee. Once again, members, this item is for informational purposes only and does not require any board action. That concludes the report on the 2022 private railroad car tax rate. Ms. DiNapoli and I are available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Pretty straightforward. Yeah, no questions.
We have a written comment on this, but we'll go to the AT&T moderator first to see if we have anyone in the public who would like to make a statement. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding the 2022-23 private railroad car tax rate.
We have none in queue. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to queue up for a question, press 10. Operator will gather your name and place you. And at this time, we have nobody still in queue.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's continue.
Yeah, I'm going to read the public comment that received.
Okay.
Came in on our meeting info email this morning. It's from Jamie Shepard. Agenda item AA1. Comment. The tax rates for private rail cars are indefensibly low. It looks like they're getting a nearly free pass with 1% rates. The revenue generated for the state treasurer is so small in comparison to other revenue streams that this body doesn't set, that it's laughable so much time and energy goes into this one agenda item. For all that went into preparing these rates, you might as well triple them. That's 3% you'd bring in 3 times as much revenue. The public wouldn't notice. I'm probably one of the only comments, and you would eliminate the appearance of private rail cars getting a sweetheart deal. The infrastructure on which the cars travel may have been privately built, but the right-of-way through which they travel is public, and the nuisance of their excessive noise and the pollution from their locomotives is publicly felt. Furthermore, there should be an additional tax on refurbished Pullman luxury cars used for private transport because their existence is only due to excess consumption rather than economical need. And, as a matter of good public policy, luxury items should have an extra tax on their value for the revenue it would generate without materially affecting the market for these items. Billionaires will still buy refurbished Pullmans even with an annual 5% tax.
Thank you. Let's continue.
The next item is AA2, adoption of the 2022 private rail car roll. Staff recommends for the lean year 2022 assessment of private railroad cars under the provisions of the private railroad car tax law. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. This is a constitutional function. This matter will be presented by Mr. McCool and Ms. DiNapoli.
Good morning again, Chair Cohen and honorable members. For the record, my name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division, along with Ms. Pamela DiNapoli from our division as well. I'm here today to present for your consideration and adoption the 2022 Private Railroad Car Assessment Roll. Before you is a report entitled the 2022 Recommendation for Assessment of Private Railroad Cars. This report represents staff's recommendation for the lien date 2022 assessment of private railroad cars under the provisions of the private railroad car tax law. This year's total recommended assessed value is just over $845 million. Upon adoption of staff's recommendation, State Assessed Properties Division will prepare the 2022 private railroad car tax bills and send them to the appropriate private railroad car taxpayers by the required statutory date of October 15th. The tax is due by December 10th, and the tax collected is deposited into the state's general fund. I ask for your adoption of the roll, and Ms. DiNapoli and I are available should you have any questions. Thank you.
I have a concern over the taxpayer input that we just received on the 1% rate being too low. I'm speaking up for fundamental fairness on all things, and I would just like to know if you have an observation as to the presentation we just received. If this is not the right time to inquire, when would that be? I don't want to go home tonight without making a note that there was a very appropriate input this morning that needs to be evaluated from our end.
Thank you for the question, Vice Chair Schaefer. It's the manner in which the board staff calculates the annual rate is following statutory provisions. It's just an average computation of the statewide tax rate. To change the rate would require a change in the legislation.
So this gentleman should be speaking also to his legislator.
Perhaps that might be the best course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Controller Yee.
Member Schaefer, Mr. McCool is right. These are statutory provisions, which is why the calculation is kind of a ministerial act every year. But it's also, I think, isn't it also kind of contained by the federal 4R Act as well?
That is a component as well,
Yeah,
correct?
so it's both federal and state law. That kind of guides the,
Thank you,
Rate setting.
Controller.
All right, let's go to public comment. Is there any?
Yes, AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, to make comment over the phone, press 10, please. And at this time, we have no callers in queue.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep going.
We need to make a motion on this item.
Oh, my apologies, absolutely.
Madam
Let's make a
Chair,
motion on the,
I'll move adoption.
all right, thank you. A motion has been made by Controller Betty
I'll
Yee.
second.
And a second to that motion has been made by Mr. Vasquez. Please call the roll.
The motion is to adopt the recommendation of the lien date 2022 assessment of private railroad car roll. Excuse me. Chair Cohen?
Yes.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Controller Yee?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
The next item is AA3, adoption of the 2022 state assessed property roll. Staff recommendation on the allocations of the unitary values adopted by the board in May 2022, plus adjustments based on prior board action and staff recommended non-unitary values. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. This is a constitutional function. This matter is being presented by Mr. McCool and Ms. DiNapoli.
Good morning again, Chair Cohen and honorable members. Just for the record, Jack McCool, State Assessed Properties Division, as well as Pamela DiNapoli. I'm here to present for your consideration and adoption the 2022 State Assessed Property Roll. Before you is a report entitled the 2022 Recommendation for Assessment of State Assessed Property. This recommendation reflects the unitary values adopted by the board on May 24th, 2022, along with the adjustments to the roll based on prior board actions, as well as staff recommended non-unitary values. This year's state assessed roll totals approximately $133 billion of assessed value, $133 billion of assessed value. As additional information for the public audience, I want to highlight that the main difference between this item currently before the board and the board's adoption of the state assessed unitary values in May is that today's recommendation includes the allocation of the unitary values adopted in May to the appropriate counties in which the specific property is located. In other words, the board adopted total values for each assessee in May, and today I am requesting the board approve how those values are allocated to the state's 58 counties. Our staff relies primarily on assessee reporting as the basis for our allocation of the adopted assessed values to each county. Upon adoption of these recommendations, State Assessed Properties Division staff will transmit the allocated assessments to the 58 counties so that the counties may generate tax bills and collect the property tax. I ask for your adoption of the roll, and Ms. DiNapoli and I are available if you have any questions. Thank
All
you.
right, let me see, any questions? Controller Yee?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. McCool, for the clarification. So you are asking for the allocation of what we had adopted in May to the counties, and then also, in addition, today, the adoption of the non-unitary property of state assessees, right?
Correct.
Okay. Could you maybe just provide, as a clarification, an example of some of the non-unitary property? Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Controller Yee. The non-unitary property values represent roughly 1% of the total state assessed roll. They're typically vacant land parcels that may have at one point been intended for use in the company's operations, but for a variety of reasons is no longer considered to be part of their essential operations. In most cases, it's unused vacant land that they no longer have plans for.
And is that mostly real property? Or is it other?
Recently looked at the total numbers, and it is well over half is real property,
Okay.
correct?
All right. No, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Vasquez.
the controller kind of hit on my question, but just to take it a little bit, a step further, you'd mentioned that there's several vacant parcels now that they don't intend to use. Do we happen to know what that number is?
I believe we have just under 40,000 total state-assessed land parcels currently assessed by our department. Of that, I believe it's 38 or 39,000, just over 8,000 are classified as non-unitary property.
8,000, okay. And those are spread out throughout the state, I'm assuming?
Correct. They're all various sizes and stages of, the majority are of odd shape, irregular shape, limited access. That's the majority of them.
So any kind of adaptive reuse might be difficult because of their locale, and like you mentioned, their odd sizes, and I imagine their embankments is, up against some of the railroads, right?
Correct. Especially when it comes to the non-unitary railroad properties, most of them are, it would be difficult to repurpose for a different use. Correct.
Thank you.
All right, any questions down here? Comments? No, none? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's, Ms. Cicchetti, let's go to some public comment.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, to make a public comment, press 10, please. Madam Chair, we have no respondents in queue.
Okay, thank you. Any written comment, Ms. Cicchetti?
No written comments on this item.
All right, well, colleagues, is there a motion on this item?
I move to adopt the staff recommendation.
All right, a motion's been made to adopt the
Second.
staff recommendation by Vasquez, a second by Controller Yee, and let's call the roll.
The motion is to adopt the 2022 state assessed property roll as presented by staff. Chair Cohn,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines, Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Controller Yee.
Aye.
Excellent, motion passes unanimously. Ms. Cicchetti, call the next item.
The next item on the agenda today is F1A, Other Tax Program Non-Appearance Matters, Property Tax Matters, Board Roll Changes. 2019 and 2020 board roll changes of private railroad cars. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. This is a constitutional function, and this matter is being presented by Mr. McCool and Ms. DiNapoli.
Good morning, Chair Cohen, honorable members. I'm Pamela DiNapoli, manager of the State Assessed Properties Division, Field Appraisal Unit, and Board Roll, and I'm here with Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties. We would like to bring before you the roll changes for private rail car. They're to correct an assessee reporting error. For private railroad car assessee 6336, Chevron Phillips Chemical LP. They contacted our staff and informed us that they had made an error in their 2019 and 2020 property statement filings, which resulted in an overassessment for both years. Staff have reviewed the documentation provided by the assessee and have verified the reporting error. I ask for the board's adoption of these two rule changes, and Mr. McCool and I are available for any questions you may have.
Questions, colleagues? All right, seeing no questions, thank you. Ms. Cicchetti, let's go to public comment.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For comment by phone, press 10, please. Madam Chair, we have no respondents in queue.
All right. Ms. Cicchetti, do we have any written comments?
No written comments on this item, thank you.
All right, is there a motion on this item? Motion been made to move the staff recommendation by Controller Yee, second by Mr. Vasquez. Let's call the roll.
The motion is to adopt the 2019-2020 board roll changes of private railroad cars as recommended by staff. Chair Cohen,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Controller Yee.
Motion passes unanimously.
Passes unanimously.
All right, looks like we're on a roll. All right, Ms. Cicchetti, please call the next item. We're going to do a quick change out.
Yes.
Ready? All right.
The next item is K1A, Executive Director's Report, Organizational Update, Report on the status of pending and upcoming organizational priorities. This matter is being presented by Ms. Stowers.
Wonderful. Ms. Stowers, hello, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members. I am Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Members, for today's report, I will provide an update on the board's meeting minutes from the May and June board meetings, a brief follow-up from the California Mortgage Relief presentation at last month's board meeting, and then I will highlight several upcoming meetings of note. Up first, members, as you know, we have pulled the approval of the May and June board meeting minutes from today's agenda. As part of our strategic plan, we are working on modernizing and standardizing many of our policies and processes. We have recently completed an internal review of the board meeting minutes policies and procedures with consideration of the board's governance preference as stated in the board's governance policy and parliamentary rules of order. As such, we found opportunities to streamline and standardize the way in which the meeting minutes are presented. Our goal is to provide a consistent, straightforward approach, similar to the Franchise Tax Board, the Commission of State Mandate, and other agencies, focusing solely on the actions of the board. We are in the final stages of the review to ensure our policy meets all legal requirements and best practices. Once finalized, the board's May and June meeting minutes will be revised consistent with the standards of Robert's Rule of Order. The minutes for the May, June, and July board minutes will be presented to the board for your approval at the August board meeting.
Thank you.
Members, next item to follow up on is a board-requested item from the June board meeting. During last month's presentation on mortgage relief program at the board meeting, Chair Cohen asked that we look into placing a link on the Board of Equalization website so that visitors and stakeholders would have easy access to the information on this important program. I am pleased to report that Mr. Kim, our communication chief, has added a link to our page under External Tax Resources. Finally, members, I would like to highlight a few important dates on the horizon. First, the upcoming 2022 Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing is set for August 30th, 2022 as part of the board meeting. This year's meeting will allow for stakeholders to participate both in person and by phone. Members of the public also have the opportunity to submit comments in advance. The hearing provides for taxpayers, county assessors, and other stakeholders to provide comments on items discussed in the most recent Taxpayer Rights Advocate Annual Report, as well as present ideas, concerns, and input on the quality of the agency's services related to the State Board of Equalization administration of its programs. Mr. Thompson and Ms. Kim have provided an outreach tool to each of your offices. The purpose of this toolkit is to assist the board members and their staff to reach the broadest range of taxpayers and stakeholders in their respective equalization districts. In providing this toolkit, we are beginning to implement USC's primary marketing recommendation as a result of the board's leadership. Ms. Thompson will provide more information on this item in her upcoming presentation. Other meetings I would like to note On August 1st to August 4th, the Northern California Assessors Association will hold its 2022 Regional Conference. I will be attending the conference and making brief introductory remarks. I look forward to attending the meeting with our partners at CAA. Also with this conference, please note that the last day to register for the conference is today, July 26th. Next, October 19th, we will hold our annual meeting with assessors. Staff is working with the chair's office to finalize the details for this meeting. And finally, members, in November 14th, the 120th Annual CAA Conference will be held. I will continue to keep your offices up to date on the details of these upcoming events. Members, that concludes my presentation, and the management team will provide updates on projects and operation priorities when their turn comes. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if there's any questions. Colleagues, here, Mr. Schaefer?
Ms. Stowers, do we know the location of these upcoming conferences? That was something that was a little bit in doubt at our pre-briefing conference.
The one coming up on August 1st is going to be in South Lake Tahoe, California. That is the Northern California Assessors Association. It's October 1st to October 4th. The one coming up in November, on November 13th, that is the annual CAA conference. We do not know the location as of today.
Thank you.
August 1st through the 4th.
Yeah, August 1st through the 4th. Yes, that's in South Lake Tahoe.
For Northern California. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Okay, anyone down here? Okay, thank you. Please continue.
The next item is K1B. Executive Director's Report, extension of time to complete local assessment roll, report on tax extensions for the counties of Calaveras, Colusa, Kings, Napa, Plumas, San Benito, Solano, and Tulare to complete and submit the 2022 local assessment roll pursuant to Revenue and Tax Code 155. This matter will be presented by Ms. Stowers.
Members, Revenue and Taxation Code 616 requires county assessors to annually complete their local assessments roll by July 1st. Section 155 provides that the Board of Equalization or the Executive Director may extend by 30 days the deadline for any official act by the assessors. In the case of public calamity, the deadline may be extended by 40 days. Section 155 also requires that the Executive Director inform the Board of any such extensions at the next regular meeting. This report is to inform you that Calaveras, Colusa, Kings, Napa, Plumas, San Bernardino, Solano, and Tulare County Assessors have requested and been granted a 30-day extension for completing their 2022 local assessment rolls. Members, this concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on my right, down here? No? Any questions about staffing and recruitment, Mr. Gaines? Usually you like to ask questions about that, no? Okay. All right.
I, in our pre-board meeting, got a real nice review. So
Okay.
I think things are moving along, and
I agree.
we're on top of it. Thank you.
I agree. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I don't think I'm missing anything.
Okay, thank you, members. I'm going to stay here.
Okay.
The next item is K1C, Executive Director's Report, Operational Priorities, report on the status of the operational priorities. This matter will be presented by Ms. Stowers.
Good morning, members. Yvette Stowers here, Executive Director, standing in for our Chief Deputy Director. Today, I will provide a brief report on the agency's operational priorities and projects. The first item is our recruitment. Since our last meeting, we have filled 3 positions, 2 vacancies with promotion of internal candidates, and the remaining position was filled with a professional new to state services. Our remaining vacancies are in active recruitment, and we continue to make meaningful progress in our goal to reduce vacancies using efficient and timely merit hiring practices. Lastly, as the safety of our employees is the utmost importance, BOE continues to follow all public health and CalHR directives, adhere to all recommended COVID-19 preventive measures, and continue to monitor the self-testing program to ensure compliance. We provide staff up-to-date information regarding prepared to immediately implement changes. We provide staff up-to-date information regarding current COVID-19 guidance and procedures, and the management team is prepared to immediately implement any changes that may occur related to the health and safety of our employees. Members, this concludes the report on the agency's day-to-day operational priorities. I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
If I could.
Yes.
Yes,
please.
I kind of fibbed to you, Chair Cohen.
Please.
I fibbed to you. I apologize.
Oh, you changed your mind?
Because
Did
I
you
do
have
want to make some comments. Yeah.
I thought so. Okay.
Yeah, just because I want to clarify, we've done a great job in terms of the vacancies and getting those down. But our agency, in my opinion, is very efficiently run. And that's why I keep wanting to make sure that we're fully staffed, because it's not like we're so lean that we need every position filled. And I know that takes time, and we've got people who are retiring, we've got people that are being promoted within, but then it creates a vacancy underneath. So I just want to really thank you for continuing on that charge and filling those positions.
Thank you, Member
Great.
Gaines. And yes, we are very efficient, sometimes too efficient, because we continue to take on more and more workload without
Absolutely.
truly documenting it. And
Well, we've
could
got
result
Prop
in
19,
gaps.
right?
Yeah.
So that's created a whole
Prop
other
19 is an
set
excellent
of problems.
example.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A question, are we still requiring people to come into the office 3 days a week?
We require them, under our telework policy, we require them to come into the office 2 days a week.
2 days a week, okay,
They get to telework 3 days a week.
okay. And I've noticed that other agencies like the Franchise Tax Board have changed their requirements to report to the office. Have we considered amending hours?
Yes, I have spoken with the franchise tax board. I think they were a little bit more lenient on the return to work, and they are at 1 day a week.
Okay,
We are at 2 days a week. We are constantly monitoring the COVID-19, and as the situation increases, if necessary, we will change. And again, make sure that our employees are healthy and safe, and if necessary, go to 1 day a week.
okay, Mr. Eppolite, is there something you wanted to add?
I was just going to add, because of COVID concerns, it was down to 1 day a week.
Understood, yes, yes. And so I'm curious whether or not the current, there's a new subvariant out there that's very contagious. And I was wondering if we are making any modifications to our policy due to the highly contagious variant that's out.
We are, evaluating the policy right now, and we always inform the employees that if they feel sickly in any way or fashion, please stay home. Most of them, or all of our employees, have the ability to work from home, so they will stay home if they're sick.
Okay.
We will continue to provide masks and testing
Okay,
and accommodate as necessary.
all right, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other, yes, Mr. Vasquez?
Just one last comment, and you mentioned it earlier in one of your reports about the minutes, and I know we've had some conversations about it. I was just wondering, is there a policy you're looking to bring back to us, or is that something that you're still working on in terms of what you're looking in the future, in terms of the standard?
We're still working on it. It is pretty much for the minutes to be standardized to reflect board action and to have limited narrative. For an example, when I do a report, it would say that the executive director filed a report, and she discussed items 1, 2, and 3, but it won't give a summary of everything that I did.
To be a little bit more transparent,
Yeah,
basically.
we want to be transparent, but we also are concerned with the volume. In the past, we've been, in the recent past, we've been giving more description of what was said, and that description could be subject to interpretation and may not be accurate, so we would like to move away from that. But we're also concerned with incorporating so many exhibits. When we incorporate all these exhibits, the volume of the minutes, what we have to bond and retain is coming to be a little bit more than what we can manage. So we are looking at our record-keeping requirements with respect to how long we have to keep the minutes, but we're also looking to say, well, is it necessary to, again, include the exhibits if the exhibit was already part of the public agenda notice? And then we also understand there are some preferences from legal when we're doing rulemaking to include the exhibit in the minutes, because when it goes to the Office of Administrative Law, they will refer to the minutes to confirm that that's the regulation that the board adopted. So with your permission, I would like to move forward with the policy as outlined. If you like, I can bring it back to the board and obtain your approval as well.
I would appreciate that. I don't know
Bring it
about
back to
other
the board?
members.
Okay.
That'd be
Duly noted. I would bring the policy back to the board. I will have it written up, sent to you guys via email for your consideration at the August board meeting.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. I want to go back to just a personnel matter.
Before we go forward, can we take a motion on that item, please?
Oh,
Sure, I'll move it if we need to move it, yeah.
I will,
Hold on, can you
Oh.
state the motion?
Yes, my motion would be that it would be a request of our executive director to bring, or to give us a copy of the policy she's looking to implement in terms of what would be the standard for our minutes moving forward.
I would second that.
All right, so are we clear on what policy we're talking about? We're talking
Well,
about,
I don't know what the policy is, that's what my question is.
okay,
I hope, and if it isn't clear, my motion is to get a copy of whatever that policy is to us before the August meeting, so at the August meeting,
We're prepared
we
to
come
vote.
prepared to discuss it or to approve it.
understood. Could you share with us the title of the policy?
It would be the board meeting minutes policy.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So a motion has been made by Mr. Vasquez, and a second has been made by Mr. Schaefer. Please call the roll.
The motion
on this
is.
motion. This motion is to request.
Request for the executive director to convene the board meeting, a copy of the minutes policy to provide the board meeting minutes policy. Chair Cohen.
Yes.
Vice Chair Schaefer. Member Gaines. Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Mr. Deputy Controller Eppolite.
Aye.
Great. This motion passes unanimously. Ms. Stowers?
Just nodded instead of spoke.
Ms. Stowers, did you want to add something?
No, I don't want to add anything. I have one more report, and I do want a point of order. Vice Chair Schaefer, I don't believe that the clerks were able to hear your vote. They were unable to hear your vote.
Oh, yes, that's because I nodded rather than spoke. I'm now speaking.
Okay.
Thank you.
So is that a yes?
Yeah, that's a aye, yes.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
Yeah, we need it for the record before we can
Yes,
transcribe
I-
it. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And we'd like to go to the AT&T moderator as well because of the vote.
Thank you.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, for comment on phone, press 10, please. And we do have some queuing up. Just one moment while we gather a name. Okay, we're going to Kimberly Labella. Your line's open. Please go ahead.
Please
Chair
click the
members.
line, operator. We're going to
I'm
move
sorry,
to...
say again, Madam Chair?
Please discontinue the line.
Okay, line is dropped.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is K2A, Other Administrative Matters, Executive Director's Report, Prop 19 Implementation Project. Report on the status of the agency's Prop 19 Implementation Project. This matter is going to be presented by Ms. Stowers.
Okay. And Ms. Stowers, before we continue on this new matter, I just want to go back to the personnel matter that we just discussed a little bit. And I just want to say that I think it's important that to make sure that although you and your staff continue to operate at a high level, I want to make sure that you have the resources that you need, the budget that you need in order to do so. So just don't want to outpace ourselves with that regard.
Thank you, Chair Cohen, for that support.
Okay, you may finish with your presentation.
This is my last one.
Okay.
Again, I'm Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Today, I will provide an update on our Proposition 19 implementation project. A high-level plan is attached to today's agenda. I am happy to report that the status of BOE's implementation of Prop 19 is green. The BOE has a dedicated web page regarding Prop 19, which can be accessed from our home page. The web pages include guidance, frequently asked questions, related legislation, and additional resources to assist taxpayers. As of July 25th, our Prop 19 webpage has received approximately 355,000 unique external page views since we launched the page in November 2020. This includes an additional 12,300 unique external page views since the last report in June of 2022. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your presentation. Anyone else? Mr. Vasquez, yes.
I just wanted to thank you and staff, because I know we've been coming at you pretty hard on this Prop 19, and the staff has really responded well, especially from many of our constituents that have raised these issues. And for those that are listening and maybe watching, if there's something that we've missed or something else that's come up, we would really appreciate any kind of feedback we can get from the public, because I think we've done a pretty good job on continually updating this live document. So I just want to thank you all.
Thank you, Member Vasquez, and I will say thank you on behalf of the team as well, who's really behind the scenes doing all that heavy lifting.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chinetti?
The next item is K2A, Other Administrative Matters, Communication Chief's Quarterly Report, a report on the status of the BOE communications. This item will be presented by Mr. Kim.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members. My name is Peter Kim. I'm the BOE's Chief Communications Officer. I'm actually going to take this off. Excuse me. Today, I will provide a brief overview of the Communications Department and a look back at some major highlights and accomplishments of the department in 2021 and the first half of 2022. As outlined in the memo attached to the agenda, the Communications Department is headed by myself, the Chief Communications Officer, and I report to the Chief Deputy Director. Additionally, I consult with and advise the Executive Director, the Executive Management Team, and the Board on all BOE tax programs and business-related issues. The department is responsible for communications with the media, external stakeholders, and the general public to provide all BOE audiences with accurate, consistent, and timely information. The department also manages the content of the main page for the BOE website and the BOE's intranet site, BOE's official social media accounts, certain forms and publications, and other communications-related tools. Finally, the Chief Communications Officer serves as the principal spokesperson for the agency and issues agency news releases or news advisories. Members, now I'd like to provide a brief look back at some of the major highlights and accomplishments of the department in 2021 and the first half of 2022. As you know, the BOE website is a critical tool in communicating and providing essential and up-to-date information to stakeholders and the general public. The website went through a refresh in 2021, and we have also established additional web pages such as dedicated information on Proposition 19 and COVID-19, and enhanced our About Us webpage with the addition of the BOE's organization chart and information on the executive director. Through the board's leadership, we also recently added the Translate button to offer translation to non- or limited English-speaking individuals. As the inaugural Chief Communications Officer for BOE 2.0, another aspect of communications that was a top priority was reactivating our social media presence. The department was successful in verifying BOE's social media accounts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. BOE also reactivated its LinkedIn account to assist with promoting career opportunities and engaging with job seekers and current employees. In 2021, there were approximately 70 social media posts featuring upcoming board meetings, Proposition 19 updates, career opportunities, disaster relief, news releases, important deadlines, and other general information about the BOE. Utilizing social media has greatly expanded and enhanced communications, transparency, and further outreach. The department is also continually working to standardize and update public-facing BOE forms and publications so that they are consistent and contain the most up-to-date information. In addition, the department is in charge of coordinating the publication of the BOE's annual report. I am also pleased to report that the department facilitated the translation of the Proposition 19 fact sheet into Spanish, and the memo attached to the agenda today also lists some of the other publications the department helped facilitate. Finally, the department has spearheaded other communications-related tools, such as the public service announcement for the 2021 Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing, BOE-branded virtual backgrounds, and implemented and modernized agency staff email signatures. Before I conclude, I wanted to provide a brief look forward. In the coming months, the department will focus on further improvements to the BOE website, including launching a dedicated website for career opportunities to assist with recruitment. In addition, the department will be facilitating the translation of the Proposition 19 fact sheet into simplified Chinese and begin the process of translating the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office's updated information sheets into Spanish. Members, this concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. I realize this is your first official presentation to this body. I'm happy to
Yes.
see you. I'm glad you were able to come and make this presentation. Ms. Stowers, thank you for honoring our request, and want to also recognize Melissa, who's homesick today, but who's also kind of made the suggestion to bring you forward to talk about it instead
Sure.
of just reading your reports, but you kind of breathing life into them, because you're the one that's on the forefront of responding. It's not just you. You don't have a staff, correct?
Yeah, it's just a staff of myself, but I'm proud to work with a lot of my teammates, and they've been assisting me quite a bit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's teamwork.
When I was reading the board packet a couple days ago, I was shocked to find out that the social media platform hadn't been touched since 2017.
17, yeah. So
Yeah,
I
that's-
believe once the board was restructured, there was no one in my position prior to me coming, so it was vacant for about 2.5 years, and so I'm proud that we're reactivated that and just have a social media presence now.
Absolutely,
so,
and a great
yeah.
presence that is. You do a lot of recruiting via the social media. How
Yes.
has that yielded? Have we gotten any talent?
Yeah,
come
you know,
through?
I hope so. I don't know specifically if they have resulted in specific hires, but I do know that it's a tool that we wanted to leverage, and I know in my report I did discuss that we plan to have a specific webpage just on career opportunities, just to enhance the recruitment efforts that the agency is working on. And so it's just a all hands approach to leverage all of the tools we have. I know that we've, done some publications on specific entry-level classifications, and we've promoted them through social media. So we're hoping that it really produces a lot of good results. Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Colleagues,
Thank
any
you.
questions? Mr. Vasquez?
I,
Mr. Vasquez, hold on. Mr. Schaefer. We're going to get to Mr. Vasquez.
First of all, thank you for your report, Mr. Kim. And as you're talking about obviously reactivating and getting into the website, I was wondering if there's, I'm kind of more interested in kind of in a how-to link or page. There's something almost like a checklist, because I know a lot of folks that we get calls on this whole intergenerational wealth transfer and just the welfare exemption as well. Have we come up with it, or if you have any thoughts on maybe some kind of a checklist that we can, where they can just check off so they know what they're entitled to or what they don't or may qualify for, basically?
Yes, thank you for that question, Member Vasquez. I know you've raised this issue. I know that we've had some discussions with the staff, and I will go ahead and talk with the staff again to see if there's something we could do similar to that, and then circle back with your office.
Appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. You spend virtually all of your time in Sacramento, or do you get to send out of town sometimes?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question, Vice Chair Schaefer. Yeah, I'm based in Sacramento, so I'm primarily up here, yes.
Yeah. Well, now that we have you, I want you to know that you are a state figure, not just a Sacramento figure. We're not the mayor and city council. And if there is a convention of media executives like yourself that is taking place in San Diego or in Los Angeles, you should pipe up and let them know that you'd be available to be a speaker. And maybe, if you are chosen to appear, if it's in San Diego, I'd be pleased to appear with you and introduce you maybe. There are major television and radio operations in Southern California where most of the people have no clue what the Board of Equalization is about. If they are set up to interview people like yourself on what all this Board of Equalization is about and what they do, I think you're very prepared to do a little 30-minute interview or whatever. I want them to know that you're around. I know you're around, but it's more important that they know you're around. And if they invite you down there, I want to see that there's a budget to send you down there. We're proud of you, and we want to let everybody know you're here.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Oh, great, thank you. Yeah, I agree with Member Schaefer's comments. I think to the degree that we can continue communicating our message and explaining what we do is helpful. Our constituents need to know what we do and what sort of issues we can address for them. And I think we're probably all of us as members are doing that to the degree that we can in our districts, but
Sure.
you've got a bigger megaphone in terms of the ability to get that message out, whether it's like social media, for instance. I think is a great opportunity. The questions that Chair Cohen had about hiring, I think, were right on, and I'm just wondering if we could have our executive director kind of track that. It'd be nice to know as we get these recruits and we're interviewing them, just to ask the question, how did you find out about the job opening position? And it can only help that we're putting it on social media. So that's awesome. Also, you mentioned the announcement of taxpayer rights meeting, and it's something that we've talked about a lot in the past. But are there new ideas that you have in terms of how we can get that message out to the taxpayers?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Member Gaines. Yesterday, actually, I did send an outreach toolkit to you and your staff because I know that there was some suggestions that I have a bigger megaphone, but we, as the BOE, we have a unique advantage, which is that we have 5 constitutionally elected officials that spearhead the agency, and so you guys are really the ambassadors. And so with that, in recognition of that, we did send out the toolkit. It included social media graphics, some talking points, the PSA, e-blast language, things that you could leverage because you guys, the board, is really the ambassadors, and you guys have the best pulse of your constituency. And so I wanted to provide that toolkit to you. In terms of the
Thank
agents.
you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of the agency outreach, of course, we are going to make some updates to the BOE website to feature the Bill of Rights hearing in the month of August. As you're well aware of, Lisa Thompson just finished her PSA, and we're going to be reaching out to different stakeholders and taxpayer association groups to assist with, or request to assist with us in terms of reaching out and just getting the message out there, so that they could participate in the hearing later in August.
Oh, that's great, wonderful. And then just to conclude, the translate button, I know that, this has been an issue that's been discussed for quite a while, and Member Vasquez has really vocalized it, and it's nice to see that we have that feature available. How is that working? Are we getting feedback from folks? Have we had any glitches? Is it working in more than one language? I think we were talking about the limited aspect of some of the languages that we could provide, so I wasn't sure where we were on that.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Member Gaines. We've implemented it for, I think, a little over a month, and so I think we're going to do a look back after about 3 months to see what type of activity has transpired in the 3 months, to see what type of languages folks are looking at, what type of tools that they would like, and so we have the capability to search the analytics. So I'll be taking a look at that to see, and then I could definitely update the board on that.
And that's multi-language, right?
I believe we have 7 or 8 languages that folks could use to translate material on our website, yes.
Could we get an update, not now, but in the future, in terms of what those languages are?
Yes,
That'd
I
be
will
helpful.
definitely
Yeah,
include
great.
that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. I appreciate that. You definitely brought something to my attention that I want to just reaffirm, and I think that it's important for you to report back to us on the analytics so we know exactly where we are. I also want to say the website updates, they look good. The look and the feel of the new website, the new particular pages for our respective offices really are they more dynamic, as opposed they're very static and stale. But I love the new look and the feel. Also, just want to also direct my comments to you, Director Stowers. I'm wondering if we could do a better job of communication, right? Not only communicating what we're doing here to taxpayers and taxpayer advocates, but also to the members of the legislature. And one thing that I'm hearing, and I think you heard it too, you were on our regional call, our District 2 call with the assessors, and you heard how there is some miscommunication of lawyers in particular that are advising their clients on how to deal with the new law that Prop 19 has brought around. So making sure that we have important information out there is, the important information, the changing information out there is I think, critical. I'm wondering if it's time for us to create an outreach / communications work group that will facilitate all of our offices working together so that it's a little bit more of a coordinated, we're a little bit more streamlined and hearing what's happening across the entire state. So, we conduct regular quarterly meetings with our assessors. I'd love to know what's happening in Vasquez's districts or Gaines' district or Schaefer's district. And, outside of organizing something myself, that wouldn't be appropriate. But if we were able to have like a work group that would tell me what's happening across the entire state, what are the assessors are feeling, what are they seeing, what are our advocates seeing and experiencing. So that is something that I wonder if you guys your office would be willing to work with us on. Maybe come back to us with some recommendations, but I think this is the start of something that's very valuable, and I'd like to continue it.
Thank you, Chair Cohen, for
Yes,
that
ma'am.
request. We will definitely look into it. I have spoken to your office a couple of times regarding trying to facilitate a work group.
Okay.
And, of course, we have our bag of clean restrictions, but
Your bag of what?
we have our open meeting restrictions. If we have all 5 members participating, we have some legal concerns.
Yeah, of course.
But so I'm not saying
You
no.
don't need to say
but-
that. I'm not suggesting anything
Okay.
outside of the law. That's a given.
Okay.
So, but moving forward in a safe environment, we've got work group's
Yes.
already established. We know that we can do it without any violations of any Bagley Keene. So what I'm proposing is if there's consideration for another work group to organize.
I understand what you're saying. though. You're talking about a work group like we're having tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. That is definitely feasible.
Okay.
And that is something that we will work on in partnership with your office. And similar, like we did with the toolkits, I want to acknowledge, Mr. Kim and Ms. Thompson did an excellent job with the toolkit.
That's great.
But I want to let you guys know it was done in collaboration, where your office took the leadership role on that. So thank you very much.
Well, also, I want to just also acknowledge Mr. Vasquez, because this is rightly in line with the strategic plan that we've been working on, that is our base on how we're growing, how we are continuing to do our job, and it aligns very nicely with your strategic focus when it comes to communication. Again, bridging off of what the students from USF, USC, what they came and they presented to us a couple months ago. Again, so communication is absolutely key and helping us get our value add out there, but also getting the information that's relevant to taxpayers.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah, and you think about fire season too in your district. I mean, we want to make sure that I'm looking at you, Gaines, when I say your district. We also want to make sure that people know what resources are available. The
Right.
Board of Equalization has a wealth of resources for victims who have lost their property. So,
I agree. And
Mr. Kim, you got a lot of work ahead of you, buddy.
Yeah, we have a lot to do.
Thank you.
So why don't we develop a skeleton of a work group and present it back to you, Ms. Chair, Ms. Cohen, and see how it works for you.
That'd be wonderful. I'd love that proposal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. All right, Mr. Keddy.
Could I reiterate just?
Yes, please.
You brought up a great point about legislative communication. So I'm just wondering, as we bring this forward on a future workshop, if we could, like you're, I think, suggesting, is get something structured. When I served in the legislature, there were always legislative days for industries. So you'd have like the doctors come in one day, and then you'd have maybe transportation another day, insurance, whatever the industry was, they would have their day and they would do a lobbying effort. And I'm just wondering if maybe we could just dig into that and figure out in a more structured manner what we would do in terms of our communication with the legislature on an annual basis. Okay. And of course, we've got Mr. What is it, Weatherby?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry. I should know that right off the top. But, he's coordinating all that. He's watching what's happening within the legislature. But I think just to say hello, this is what we're doing at the BOE. This is the progress that we've made on Prop 19. These are the issues that we're addressing with the Assessors Association would be helpful because we still have an education process within the legislature itself, right? I mean, we have the challenge with our own constituents, but it's so key that we have that line of communication open, and we've made strides in that area, but I think it could be formalized.
More formal of when we're going to actually go down to the Capitol and provide an overview of the different issues. So
yeah, and we
they
could
have a
we
good
could probably
idea.
coordinate with our own staff.
Exactly.
And then members could go over for certain offices where they have relationships with folks, and it would be helpful.
I think I understand.
Or speak to caucuses or whatever.
I will
Yeah.
put together a high-level plan and then pass it back up to the members to make sure I'm capturing what you're saying.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's keep going. Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Thank you.
Did we want to take a motion on that item?
Yes, let's take a motion on that item. I'll make a motion. Right. I'll make a motion that we request that the executive director bring a proposal back to this body that will detail a work plan for, what's the word I'm looking for? Communication. Outreach? A work group for communication and outreach. Thank you very much. Yes.
Second that.
Could we include legislative, just to,
Yes, that this is a motion just to put together
Yeah.
a
Get it
work
started.
group. But
Right.
within the work group, we will definitely
Yes.
explore legislative, stakeholders, our partners, the full universe of folks that we interact with. So
Second.
that's my motion. Is there a second to that
Second.
motion?
Yeah.
A second by
Yeah.
you, Mr. Gaines, second
Yeah.
made by Mr. Gaines. Thank you very much. And Ms. Cicchetti, could you please
I'm
call
going to
the
go
roll?
out to the AT&T moderator first.
Thank you.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For questions or comments by phone, please press 1 then 0. Madam Chair, we have no respondents in queue at this time.
All right, thank
Actually,
you.
we do have one in queue at this moment.
Oh,
Just a second while we grab the line number. Sorry for the wait. Okay, and we'll go to the line of Mary Baker. Please go ahead.
This is actually Kimberly Labella, and I don't want to be shadow banned from this meeting. And I deserve to make public comments as a stakeholder and a taxpayer in the Board of Equalization. And I don't appreciate the moderator hanging up on me. I have public comments to make based upon the agenda of the personnel matters.
okay, make your comment.
I'm sorry, Chair Cohen, the speaker is talking about personnel matters. There are no personnel matters on this agenda, so public comment on that
It's
would be
Agenda
inappropriate.
K1A, Agenda K1A, Agenda K1A. As far as vacancies,
No, this is on, this,
the comment
the public comment that we're discussing
The
right now,
comment-
caller, is on
the
the,
public comment, hashtag me too. I'm out on medical leave because I was terminated. I'm an
this is a
associate
personnel
property
matter. If
appraiser,
we can have
and
the
I have
speaker
knowledge
cut off
of
at
this
this point,
board
it's not an
that this-
appropriate
the
discussion
property
on this
assessment
item.
taxes is
AT&T
fraudulent.
moderator, please cut the line.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My apologies, Chair Cohen, but it was not an appropriate public comment for this
Let me just
particular
ask a
item.
question, just in abundance of transparency. How do we know what she wanted to talk about? Because we didn't give her an opportunity to talk about it, so.
On the,
How did you know there was a personnel matter, I guess is my
because
question.
in her comments, I was listening for her comments, and she started talking about a personnel matter and the fact that she was not on leave, and again, does not relate to the public
Specific.
comment on this particular motion, which is what the public comment right now is for.
Understood.
So,
Understood, okay. All right, thank you.
thank you.
All right, Ms. Cicchetti, seeing that there was no public comment relevant to the subject matter.
I'm going to take the roll.
Yes, please, thank you.
Chair Cohen,
Yes.
Vice
Aye.
Chair Schaefer,
Yes.
Aye.
Member Gaines, Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Epelite.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
The next item is K3A, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Report, Operational Update.
Thank you. Ms. Cicchetti, before you call that item, can we just take a 2-minute recess? I want to,
Yes,
I
of
need to take a
course.
recess. Thank you.
We will go into recess for 10 minutes.
No, we don't need 10 minutes,
Nope.
just 5 minutes.
5 minutes
Yes.
recess? Okay.
Thank you. All right, we're at recess. It's 11:25 now. Thank you.
A3A, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Report, Operational Update. Update on the activities, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, including Prop 19, education, outreach, and other matters. This matter will be presented by Ms. Wing, and she is, oh no, it looks like Ms. Thompson is here.
Oh.
And we are going to do it via a hybrid method.
Great. Ms. Thompson, hello, nice to see you.
Good to see you as well.
All right, the
Thank
floor
you.
is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. I am Lisa Thompson, Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm here to provide you with an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office and the Proposition 19 Education and Outreach to keep you informed. First, I would like to share with you some statistics on the number of completed cases by the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office last month, and to provide some insight on those cases. This month, attached to the public agenda, a notice is a memorandum from our office to the executive director reporting the number of cases that were completed by our office by board member district, as well as administrative versus evaluation category, and by topic areas within those categories. In June 2022, we completed 43 cases. 9 were in board member Gaines's district, 10 were in board member Cohen's district, 16 were in member Vasquez's district, and 8 were in board member Schaefer's district. Of the 43 cases, 13 were in the administrative category and 30 in the valuation category. The administrative category includes topics such as creating and mailing of tax bills, refunds, penalty cancellations, defaulted taxes, access to data, special assessments, or direct levies on the property tax bill. The valuation category includes topics such as changes in ownership, new construction, decline in value, appraisal methodology, exclusions, exemptions, as well as actual enrollment and value, general property taxation, and assessment appeals. With respect to the administrative category, and it's 13 in total, 1 pertained to access to data, 6 pertained to delinquent or defaulted property taxes, 1 involved penalties, 3 pertained to refunds, and 2 involved special assessments. With respect to the valuation category, and it's 30 in total, 2 pertain to assessment appeals, 7 pertain to change in ownership, 1 involved decline in value, 1 involved enrollment of values, 10 pertained to exclusions from reassessment, and 3 involved exemptions. The remaining 6 involved general property taxation. Excuse me. To provide some additional insight on the specific types of exclusions and exemptions, I offer a further breakdown. For the 10 cases involving exclusions from assessments, 6 pertain to the parent-child transfer exclusion, and 3 pertain to the base year value transfer exclusion for persons age 55 and over, and 1 pertained to base year value transfer exclusion for disabled persons. 3 of the 6 parent-child exclusion cases occurred during current law of Proposition 19, and 2 fell under prior law of Proposition 58, since the transfer occurred before the February 16, 2021 effective date for Proposition 19's intergenerational exclusion provisions. The remaining case involved property owned by a legal entity for which the parent-child exclusion doesn't apply, regardless of whether it's during current law of Proposition 19 or prior law of Proposition 58. With respect to the 3 cases pertaining to base year value transfers, they occurred at the time of current law under Proposition 19, and they all had concerns about not meeting the 2-year time frame to complete their base year value transfer. Replacement property must be purchased within 2 years, either before or after of the sale of the original, to qualify for a base year value transfer. The base year value transfer exclusion for disabled persons fell under prior law, Proposition 110, since the transfer of both the sale of the original and purchase of the replacement took place before the April 1st, 2021 effective date of Proposition 19's base year value transfer provisions. Excuse me. For the 3 cases involving exemptions, 2 pertained to the 2 pertained to the welfare exemption, and one pertained to the disabled veterans exemption. To provide some additional insight on the nature of those cases that our office works on to assist taxpayers, I offer some additional information on a case that our office worked on to help the taxpayer. An example of a case that our office helped resolve involved a taxpayer who contacted our office because she felt her assessment was too high, and that she believed the Proposition 13 value should be about $70,000 less than the amount that was assessed, based on the amount that property was purchased for about 20 years ago. The taxpayer indicated that she and her sister had purchased the property together about 20 years ago, and that a few years later she refinanced the property and her sister was removed from title. The taxpayer also indicated that over the last few years she noticed that the assessed values of her property were increasing. We examined the assessed value history of the property available online through the assessor's office website and found that the assessed value increases were consistent with the inflation factor published by our agency for assessors to use statewide in calculating the factor base year value for properties. The inflation factor is based on the change in the California Consumer Price Index up to a maximum of 2% cap per year as required by Proposition 13. Our office coordinated with the assessor's office to obtain information about the property's purchase and if there were any subsequent transfers of ownership interests that were reassessed in whole or in part. The assessor's office indicated that there was 100% reassessment a few years after the property was purchased as a result of the removal of one of the joint tenants who was an original transferor. Upon review of the recorded documents and information provided by the assessor's office, we determined that the taxpayer that was contacting her office did not herself purchase the property, but instead her sister had purchased it initially and then added the taxpayer. The taxpayer was added on title after the sister had purchased it. Then, a few years after, the taxpayer's sister transferred her interest to the taxpayer. The transfer where the taxpayer was added onto title along with her sister did not result in a reappraisable event because the property was held in joint tenancy and the sister remained on title. Our agency's property tax rule on change in ownership for joint tenancies, Rule 462.040, clarifies that the addition to somebody on title as a joint tenant does not constitute a change in ownership as long as the transferee remains on title. That does, however, create original transferor status, and later transfers can result in a change in ownership. When the property was refinanced a few years later and the taxpayer's sister was removed from title, that caused reassessment of the property. By removing the sister from title, 50% interests were transferred from the taxpayer's sister to the taxpayer. However, her sister was an original transferor, and since she was no longer on title, the property was reassessed at 100%. We helped the taxpayer understand why the property was reassessed at the time which affected her base year value, and explained that the law requires the property to be reassessed at market value as of the date of a change in ownership, and that the assessor's office was correct in reassessing the property due to the transfer. We also advised the taxpayer that we had examined the property's assessment for the past 5 years and confirmed those values were the property's factored base year value, Prop 13 factored base year value. Although our interaction with the taxpayer did not result in a lower assessment, it enabled the taxpayer to understand why the property's assessment wasn't based on the purchase price paid in the early 2000s, and instead based on the market value of the property at the time she refinanced the property and her sister was removed from the title, establishing a new base year value at that time. The next item that I would like to report on to the members, to keep you informed, is on work associated with Proposition 19's education and outreach for taxpayers. In June 2022, 6 information sheets were published to help taxpayers understand tax laws and exclusions available to them. 2 information sheets pertain to the parent-child exclusion. 1 addresses current law under Proposition 19, and 1 addresses prior law transfers occurring on or before February 15, 2021. 2 pertain to the grandparent-grandchild exclusion. 1 addresses current law under Proposition 19, and the other applies to transfers in prior law, transfers occurring on or before February 15, 2021. And 2 of the information sheets pertain to base year value transfers for persons age 55 and over. 1 addressing the current law under Proposition 19, and the other addressing prior law transfers under Propositions 60 and 90, those occurring on or before March 31st, 2021. These 6 information sheets have been posted to our agency's website, and a letter to assessors has been completed by our office to publicize the issuance of the information sheets on intergenerational transfers, and the LTA is in the final stage of review. It will be issued shortly. We will also be issuing a later LTA once we publish the LTA, or excuse me, publish the information sheet on the base year value transfers for disabled persons. I will also be sharing the information about the publication of the 6 information sheets with the California Assessors Association President, Leslie Morgan, so she can notify the CAA affiliates and other assessors. I will be providing that information to her prior to next week's CAA conference, so she has that available to her. Additionally, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office completed work on a new information sheet for the base year value transfers for disabled persons under Proposition 19, as well as revised the existing publication to identify them as applicable to transfers prior to April 1st, 2021. These information sheets are in the final stages of the internal review process and will be prepared by our Forms and Publications section shortly. At future meetings, I will update the members about the status of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate information sheets so you are aware of them and they are available to taxpayers. The next item that I would like to update the members on is preparation for our upcoming Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing to be held on August 30th, 2022. Excuse me. The communications officer, Peter Kim, and I worked with the CDTFA media production team on a short public service announcement yesterday. The video was posted to our agency's website on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights homepage. And now that the video has been posted, there will be further outreach efforts to publicize the hearing to outside stakeholders. Additionally, the communications officer, Peter Kim, and I worked on a toolkit that can be used by each board member's office to help promote the hearing. The outreach toolkit was sent to each board member's office yesterday. Material in that toolkit will also be used by us to provide to other parties, such as our advisory council members, so they can assist taxpayers and assist us in notifying other stakeholders and taxpayers about the August Bill of Rights hearing and of the opportunity for taxpayers and industries representatives to come before the elected board members to have their voices heard. Other ways that we are publicizing the hearing will be through e-blasts to TRA hearing subscriber list and also to alcoholic beverage taxpayers. There will be several e-blasts sent to each list. The TRA will also be emailing various taxpayer organizations asking them to notify their members about the hearing. Notification will also be made to our advisory council members so they can help promote the hearing. We look forward to the August 30th, 2022 Taxpayer Bill of Rights and to hearing from taxpayers and industry representatives. Finally, I wanted to share that we recently hired a new staff member in the TRA office, and we're currently working with him so he has an understanding of the role and work involved in assisting taxpayers. The new member is an assistant property appraiser, and he comes with experience from a county assessor's office. At future board meetings, the TRA office will provide further updates on the activities of the TRA office to keep you informed. And that concludes my update. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, do we have any questions for this great presentation? Yes, Mr. Gaines has a question for you, Ms. Thompson.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. And you cited the example of the sisters that had owned a home and were questioning the valuation of the property. And I'm just trying to get clarity in terms of ownership and how that impacts reassessment. So if, let's say you had the two sisters buy the property together, and then a refinancing occurred and one of the sisters bought out the other sister. Would that be a change in that would trigger a reassessment?
So it really, depends on kind of a case-by-case basis. So, a lot of information depends how they hold title, joint tenancy versus tenants in common. But our property tax rules, we have property tax rules on both change in ownership for joint tenancy and tenants in common. So it really depends how that occurs.
Okay.
So
is that something that we might be able to provide on the website that provides some clarity on different types of ownership of property, what triggers a reassessment, what may not? I think that could be helpful.
So I mean, the agency's website has lots of different resources available. The Change in Ownership Handbook talks about various aspects of change in ownership that are good, as well as the property tax rules on change in ownership. So there is ample information kind of to talk about the different things, what happens in them, and examples are provided in rules as well on how that works. But yeah, so a lot of that information, is there.
Could we, I'm just trying to figure out how we make it a little more front and center in terms of, when someone buys a piece of property, how many people know how to take title, right? So whether it's tenants in common or joint tenancy, I'm thinking if we would provide some sort of clarity in terms of, letting a future property owner know what the right way to take title is, because it may have certain tax implications that may ultimately hurt them or help them.
So I think it's important for to not, just to be careful about providing legal advice. Property tax is just one reason why someone does something. So that's really something that should be decided by a taxpayer, and if they choose, in consultation with an attorney. So there are implications for property tax purposes, the way somebody might take title or change ownership. It might have income tax purposes as well. So
yeah, I think
we provide information on.
I think you raise a good
on
point.
The assessment, our agencies, the assessment kind of things, and it does indicate consequences. So
yeah, I'm just trying to talk about the tax consequence side. I think we could present the information in such a way that's not legal advice, but it's nice to know from a tax consequence what that impact might be.
Member Gaines, Yvette Stower, Executive Director.
Yes.
A lot of this information is on our website. It may not be the easiest to find, and it may not be the easiest to understand.
Okay.
So I do see there's a need for us to see how we can communicate the rules and simplify following language without making it too simple.
That'd be great, yeah.
That is something that we are looking into, just a refresh of our website.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
And so
something like, tax consequences of property ownership.
Something easy to follow.
Something like that would just kind of have an outline for folks, because it's confusing. If someone's buying a house, I don't think they even know what that implication could be down the road. So
We can do something like that and put some caveats on there that, one, is not legal advice. We're just going to walk
Yes,
through the rules.
exactly. Great, wonderful, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Vasquez.
Just to follow up to that, thanks, Ms. Thompson, for your report. And as I was looking through it and listening to the comments, especially what Member Gaines just brought up, I know we get a lot of questions and calls from nonprofits that are having a real challenge trying to navigate. And like you said, we have a lot of information there. I'm just, if there's, and it sounds like you're looking at it and trying to figure out a way to make it maybe a little bit more user-friendly, especially for the nonprofit world, because a lot of times, at least the nonprofits that we're dealing with in LA, I know a lot of them are underfunded, so they really don't have the expertise to understand the terminology that we're laying out there. And like you said, maybe to simplify it without really dumbing it down too much, but at least a little bit more plain English so they can understand, one, how they have to, or what they need, what documents they need to file for like the welfare exemption when they're doing affordable housing, for example.
Exactly.
That'd be real helpful.
That is something that I believe Mr. Dave
So I can
Patty
go
has
ahead
been
and-
reporting about the welfare exemption, the refresh on that. And that is one of our goals, is to make sure that we are, the form that they have to complete is simple to understand. And that's been the main focus of that project.
I can go ahead and add something. So from the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, actually, that is one of the projects that we also plan to do is we will be drafting an information sheet on property tax exemptions available to nonprofit organizations. That topic will be done after we finish all of the Proposition 19 affected areas. And so that will cover that, not just the welfare exemption, but it will be straightforward, kind of informing taxpayers about the availability of such exemption. Because as you know, not the nonprofit community, sometimes they're not aware of it. And so that's why we think it's important to bring that to their attention, and that will provide, kind of information, simple information on, so how they could apply for like the welfare exemption. So, and direct them to appropriate resources and have just one information sheet that simple, relatively short, and then direct them to the resources. So thank you for that. So that will be done, and I'll update the members after we have, published that.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Thanks for your leadership in this space. It's actually been quite exciting to see how our relationship has grown. You at the Taxpayer Advocate's Office and us as a board. You've just demonstrated incredible leadership. And congratulations on hiring a staff person in your department. That's exciting. The need is, I think, still very great, and I want to make sure that your office is able to respond to constituents and to proactively participate in public convenings so that every Californian knows that your office exists as well as our office exists. So, Ms. Stowers, I don't know if we can wait to receive your proposal. We gotta get on this in terms of the outreach strategy, the connection, and better coordination with our communications officer so that the Taxpayer Rights Advocate will assist us in strengthening our communications strategies as a public agency, and so that the board, not only the board, but just the general public knows exactly how we are here to serve them. So I appreciate this, again, this update. Thank you very much. Is there any other comments on this, Mr. Eppolite?
Yes, I just wanted to mention that we always have to be aware that there's differences between property tax law and income tax law, so even how title is held can result in differences between the two, so there's always that risk. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, Ms. Thompson, is there anything else?
No, thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. Mr. Keddy, let's go to public comment.
We have no written comments on this matter. AT&T operator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, for comments, please press 10 at this time. Madam Chair, there are no respondents in queue.
Thank you very much.
All right. We'll go to the next item.
We can go to the next item, but before that, I wanted just to check in. It's 11:56. I think it's time for a lunch. I think that's what's on our schedule. So I'd like to take a 45-minute lunch break, if that's all right with everyone. 45 minutes. All right. Thank you. We will recess and reconvene in 45 minutes. Thank you.
team to get assembled. They're coming.
Hello.
Ms. Cicchetti, are you ready? I am. Okay, just a second. We'll wait just one more minute for Mr. Schaefer. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and begin. Mr.
Okay.
Cicchetti, please note that it is 12:59 and we are beginning our meeting again. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back. Mr. Cicchetti, please call the item. I believe we're at K4A. Does that sound right? Great.
K4A, Chief Counsel Report, Legal Workload Quarterly Report, General Discussion on the Legal Department's workload of the last 3 months. This matter will be presented by Mr. Nanjo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen. There's Vice Chair Schaefer and honorable members. My name is Henry Nanjo. I'm the Chief Counsel of the Board of Equalization, and today I'm presenting the Legal Department's quarterly report covering the second quarter of 2022. First, I want to thank my team for their dedication and hard work in the last quarter. I'm happy to report that we recently welcomed a new staff member. Tax Counsel Christian Younger joined us on June 8th, 2022, and we are now actively working on filling one vacancy in this quarter. With regards to the legal department's workload for Q2 2022, members, the legal team have had one appeal related assignment already completed, in addition to the off-season review we engage in, as I previously reported last quarter. That said, Q3 has begun, and we are starting to see appeals come in as it is the start of the 2022 state assessed appeals season. I'll provide a more thorough report addressing the state assessed appeals season in my Q3 report. Members, as you know, the legal department attorneys play two roles during the state assessed appeals season. The state assessed appeals attorney provides the the conference work for the appeals, and the other attorneys will provide representation to the state assessed properties tax division in the state assessed appeals. We will continue to implement best practices and lessons learned to continuously improve upon the procedures and protocols for future appeals seasons as we continue handling appeals during this season. Members, as you know, our litigation attorney continues to provide confidential monthly written litigation reports to the board, as well as provide appropriate public updates to our website on the BOE's public litigation roster. As you're aware, during Q2, the BOE was named in two lawsuits, both filed by Southern California Edison for the tax years 2020 and 2021. We have added these two suits to BOE's public litigation roster. Additionally, two new lawsuits have been filed at the beginning of Q3, one by T-Mobile West and the other by Sprint Telephony, respectively, on July 7th, 2022. Staff is working on getting these two new cases published to the BOE's public litigation roster. We will continue to closely monitor and handle the board's litigation cases, and will continue to keep you informed and updated as to any developments in closed session or via confidential memorandum as appropriate. Also, while somewhat related to litigation generally, we did want to make a comment about in-person service of process on the BOE. For the benefit of the public, we wanted to note that we have updated our in-person service of process policy on our website. While we had previously limited in-office hours availability under prior COVID protocols, we have returned to accepting in-person process of service during BOE business hours. However, we strongly recommend that any party seeking to serve the BOE contact the legal department to schedule an in-person appointment to ensure staff coverage is available. To avoid confusion, we have affixed additional signs outside our physical office suite doors that include contact information and delivery instructions. We are hopeful that this will alleviate confusion or misunderstanding regarding in-person service of process delivery, as well as minimizing the contact of non-legal staff for delivery and acceptance of such legal documents. In Q2, we had completed 62 Public Records Act requests or disclosure inquiries. This work is steady and ongoing, and we do note that the workload is dependent upon the volume of public inquiries. We expect work in this category to continue at about the same rate, if not a little more, during Q3 as public inquiries continue to come in. Members, as you will recall, administration assignments are typically requested by BPD or exec office covering various administrative or board meeting related legal issues. In Q2, we had 8 such assignments completed, and this includes a review of the EEO's annual training plan. Looking ahead to Q3, we are currently reviewing and refreshing an agency-wide policy to remind employees to avoid the use of personal devices for state business. We continue to provide support to BPD and the exec office as needed. In the area of agency publications, the legal department has completed 54 legal reviews in Q2. These publications include items originated from the property tax and communication departments, as well as other agency publications. Again, we expect this work to continue in Q3. I wanted to provide an update on 2 rules that staff proposed amendments for in Q2, which were presented to the board at the June 2022 board meeting. Regulation 301, definitions and general provisions, which provided definitions of terms that govern the construction of regulations regarding local equalization hearings by county boards. That proposed amendment to Rule 301 reflected recent statutory changes to Revenue Code and Taxation Code Section 1752.2. Also, Regulation 905, assessment of electric generation facilities, which would make a regulatory provision consistent with changed California statute, as the current regulatory provision is inconsistent with and superseded by the changed statute. The proposed amendment to 905 would update the rule's references to include Rev and Tax Code 721.5. After the board adopted the proposed Section 100 amendments to each of these rules at the June 2022 board meeting, the rulemaking files were submitted to OAL on July 15, 2022. We will inform the board and our interested parties once we hear back from OAL. With respect to our other regulations in progress, Regulation 6001, General Provisions, which is the BOE's Conflict of Interest Code, staff proposed amendments that would reflect the classification and organizational changes that have taken place at the board since the Conflict of Interest Code was last amended. Members, as you'll recall, you approved the staff's amendments and authorized publication at the March 2022 board meeting. Since then, staff has submitted the notice of proposed action to OAL on May 24, 2022, as well as to all BOE employees. The public comment period for this rule expired on July 18th. Therefore, as no comments were received, we will proceed to finalize the board-approved amendments to this rule and submit the rulemaking package to OAL. Moving on to Proposition 19 regulations, members, you will recall emergency rulemaking amendments were adopted by the board during Q2. The first is Property Tax Rule 462-520, exclusion from change in ownership, intergenerational transfers, to clarify, interpret, and make specific provisions of Section 63.2 of the Rev and Tax Code. And the second is Property Tax Rule 462.540, change in ownership, base year value transfers, to clarify, interpret, and make specific the provisions of Revenue and Tax Code Section 69.6. As an update, members, both rules have been approved by OAL and became effective on July 18, 2022. As a reminder, both rules contain amendments that clarify the Proposition 19 rules. For example, for the intergenerational transfer exclusion, there was some question as to whether the failure to file a homeowner's exemption claim within a year, as required by Section 63.2, disqualified the transferee entirely, or whether the transferee was still eligible for prospective relief. The rules now make it clear that prospective relief is possible. Both rules remain effective until January 18th, 2022, and staff has begun the process of making the emergency amendments permanent by initiating an interested parties process eliciting comments. We anticipate bringing the rules before the board in the last quarter of 2022 to begin the official process to make the emergency rules permanent. Now that the first of the half of the year has elapsed, I also wanted to take a moment to comment on BOE's progress on our 2022 rulemaking calendar. Legal staff and the Property Tax Department have made great progress on the rulemaking calendar efforts, even with the need for emergency rulemaking efforts. There is one remaining rule on the 2022 rulemaking calendar, Property Tax Rule 192, Property Tax Audit Selection. The proposed amendments to Rule 192 would clarify, interpret, or make specific the statutory changes to Revenue Tax Code, Section 469. Currently, staff anticipates making progress on this rule in late Q3 or Q4, depending on the workload. That being said, we will, of course, continue to bring proposals to the board under our rulemaking item at future board meetings as needed. In Q2 2022, the team responded to 21 email inquiries and 34 phone call inquiries. We expect this work category to continue in Q3 as inquiries come in. Finally, members, for Q2, the legal department has issued a total of 7 legal opinions or memos, which include property tax technical advice opinions, internal and board meeting related chief counsel memoranda. We expect work in this category to continue in Q3 as inquiries come in. Almost done.
No rush. This is exciting.
In closing, I again want to extend my appreciation to the team for their exemplary work efforts during Q2. Members, this concludes my report. I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, thank you for that in-depth overview in terms of what's happening. A lot of good things happening in the legal department. That's encouraging, and it sounds like we're able to handle inquiries that I know you've got to do through, you'll get a question, right? And then legal has to respond.
Yes.
Are you able to stay on top of that, or are we backlogged in that area?
Thank you for that question, Member Gaines. We're still backlogged, but we are making good strides in catching up on our backlog and working through that, especially with our new staff that's joined us over the last year or even last 6 months. Some of them are newer staff members, but they're working out quite nicely and helping out the team.
That's great, and we're almost all positions full. I think we're getting close to it, but we're not quite there. Is that accurate?
Yes, we're getting there.
Yeah.
We have one that's in active recruitment, and after that, we're going to take a breath and see where we are and what we need to do to finish up.
Wonderful. Yeah, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Yes. Any other questions? Mr. Vasquez?
Just a quick question. As you're talking about staffing, now that you've hired, I guess, this last attorney, what's our number? What are we up to these days?
I think we're up to approximately 9 attorneys and 3 support staff in legal.
Is that including the annuitant, also, I guess, the retired annuitants that we had?
That's actually not including the retired annuitants, so we
What
got a
would that
little
be?
bit extra horsepower there still.
Well, what does that come out to?
We have 2 retired annuitants
Oh,
right
just
now.
2, okay.
Yeah, one of them's on leave right now temporarily, but we anticipate him to rejoin us shortly. So every bit helps. Thank you for the questions.
Thanks.
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Schaefer.
Mr. Nanjo, you read legal publications that sort of survey what's going on in the United States. I'm in the election law field, and I read a monthly bulletin on election litigation, both federal and state, all over the nation. I wonder if any other states have a Bagley-Keene statute that affects, I'm sure they do, maybe it's called Laxalt or something in Nevada, and down in Texas, it probably something something relevant because they don't miss a chance to speak out on any issue. I would like you to share with the board what you might be finding that would either support your rather conservative view of it or my rather liberal view of it, that we can talk about baseball and we can talk about a lot of things when there's three of us together, but most people on the board are afraid to take a phone call because they don't know whether the three of us are chime in or two of us. I think any writing that goes on anywhere in the country on this delicate issue, I should be aware of, and you should be aware of, and I should be able to share it with my colleagues and talk to them about it when maybe we put it up as a member issue, you know. I haven't had the time to look around the nation, and you're pretty busy too, but I just want you to know that I suspect there are some national writings that you have access to, and if you find something that I might be interested in, please share it with me.
Absolutely. Glad to, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Great, thank you very much.
Mr. Getty, let's go to public comment.
We have no written comment on this matter.
Okay.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For those of you on the phone, press 1 and 0 for comment. One moment, we do have one queuing up. Madam Chair, they left the queue and we have no additional.
Thank you. Mr. D'Angelo, quick question for you. I just want to follow up on what Mr. Gaines was saying. Over the years, you've talked about staff resources and the gaps that exist. Are you able to help us understand what are some of your long-term needs, what they might be?
Sure. From a long-term standpoint, what I'm doing with the legal department, I've been working with the executive office on, is kind of looking at what was the resources for property tax and some of the litigation and other aspects of legal work that was under BOE 1.0, and compare that to where we are now. In addition, there are things like Proposition 19, which has created a lot of other work, and various things that will come up from time to time. So suffice it to say that we think that there still might be somewhat of a gap, that we could use additional resources. One of the guides I use to judge that is our backlog and how long it's taking us to kind of catch up on our backlog. I hate to have public citizens wait too long to get information they need. So along those lines, have been in discussions with the executive office. We are getting there, but there's still a little bit more to go.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Getting there.
Thank you for the question.
Yes, but you said well, hold on.
Sure.
I'm processing it. You said we're getting there, but we have a long way to go. Do you have a timeline associated with your goals? Do you know where you want to be by like quarter 4 of this year? Where you want to be by quarter 2 of next year?
Sure. The challenge with if I can use the term growing the legal department is that typically requires a BCP or budget change proposal. So that's unfortunately a little longer process with finance. But I think as the executive director has both Executive Director Stowers and before her Executive Director Fleming has mentioned, and as well as our Chief Deputy Director, Ms. Renati, we're trying to maintain the metrics that we need to justify those additional positions, which we have a good start on, and we are in the process of trying to make the justification for growing the legal staff. To answer your question specifically, typically that's, you're talking, unfortunately, a multi-year process. It's usually a year to 2, just because the BCP process takes almost a full year to go through the system, if you will, and then after that require, approvals, and then you have to hire and what have you. But we have started that. We're doing the groundwork, and that's something that we're always paying attention to.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
No problem.
I had a final.
Sure.
Now that we have Peter Kim on board, and we're doing a little more PR work because we want the public to at least know we're here. Do you have occasion to go to a state bar convention or an ABA convention? And if so, might you be on a committee of public attorneys, which you'd be most welcome? And, your name is just not your name. It's Board of Equalization Chief Counsel in Lights. I think that'd be good for you and good for us, and you might even contribute an article to the Bar Journal, and so when an attorney at random hears the word BOE, I read that the guy, their chief lawyer is always speaking out. I don't want you to be bashful at all.
No, thank you, Vice Chair Schaefer.
I want to see you have the budget to do all this, too.
I actually do participate in state bar tax policy conferences and various events throughout the year, so we fly the BOE flag at those events.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. I think I had I saw a question down on this end. You guys? Nope.
Just
Oh.
can I make just a
Yes,
final
Mr.
comment?
Gaines, go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
Because I think, just for perspective, I think when we, when the next version of BOE was created as a result of AB 102, wasn't the legal team, was it 2?
It was 2 attorneys and myself, and I
Okay.
actually, when BOE 2.0 first started in July of 2017, it was just 2 attorneys. You didn't even have a chief counsel at that point.
Right, and so you're at 9 now, with 2 annuitants and support staff, and we still have a little bit more room. So I think we've got the order right in terms of, let's make sure we fill all our positions, and then we could talk about justification for additional staff as a result of additional workload from probably several areas, but in particular that Prop 19 has added just additional responsibility, I think, to many aspects of our staffing at BOE.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Member Gaines. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very
Thank you.
much, Mr. Ananjo. Mr. Keddy?
We're ready for our next item, K5A, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, Operational Updates, a report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and departmental issues, including Prop 19 implementation actions and guidance, letters to the assessors, appraisal training and certification, assessment practices surveys, and state-assessed property. These items will be presented by Mr. Young and his team. When each of them are finished with their presentation, you can introduce the next presenter on your team.
Thank you. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Chair Cohen, honorable members of the board. My name is David Young. I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, and I will be giving you an update on what's going on in our Property Tax Department. So I will start with a presentation on Prop 19 implementation, and as Ms. Cicchetti already mentioned, it will be followed by our chief of our respective departments, Ms. Patty Lumsden and Mr. Jack McCool. But if I may just follow up before I give my presentation on Prop 19 implementation, I would just wanted to follow up on an earlier item. When our executive director reported on the updates of the CAA's conferences, I did note that I do have the information for the upcoming annual conference from the CAA that will be held on November 14th through the 17th. The location will be in Solano County. It will be in the city of Fairfield, and I believe they have secured the venue. It will be at the Hilton Garden Inn. So that will be coming up, just as a point of interest, or just a little heads up. I believe registration material should be coming out on that in the near future. So with that, I will start with my presentation on Prop 19 and what we've been doing to implement it. As mentioned already, our work continues with two main items. They are we are continuously reviewing our guidance that we have on our website. Our website has actually quite a lot of board-adopted guidance and annotations, LTAs, handbooks. That work continues. That takes up a lot of staff time. We actually have quite a compendium of guidance and writings on issues that Prop 19 and the intergenerational transfer and the base year transfer will affect. So work continues there. Also, work continues on answering public inquiry. Our staff is very engaged in answering calls from taxpayers, assessors, other stakeholders. It is actually quite a volume of work. So those two, as you've already mentioned, Prop 19 has actually driven a fair amount of work for Property Tax Department. And the last item that I wanted to highlight on the Prop 19 implementation, as Mr. Nanjo, our Chief Counsel, already mentioned, the Office of Administrative Law has basically adopted and made effective the 2 emergency rules that deals with Prop 19. So staff worked hand in hand with our legal department in making that happen, and now our work shifts to making those 2 rules permanent. So as you all know, the emergency rules are good for basically 180 days. After that, we either have to extend it or the permanent rules have to be in place. So we'll be working hand in hand with our legal department in making that, bringing that about. So those are the 3 main things that we've been dealing with the Property Tax Department in implementing Prop 19. With that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Mr. Young, what was
Yes.
the date that the emergency rules were approved?
They were approved and effective July 18th.
So we have 180 days
Yes.
from that date, so,
January 18th, 2023.
okay.
The new, either we will have to extend it by then, or we should have the permanent done by then.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Anyone down here? All right, seeing none.
Thank you. With that, I will turn it over to Ms. Lumsden. She's the chief of our County Assessed Properties Division for the next 3 reports.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. I'm Patty Lumsden. I'm chief of the County Assessed Properties Division, and today I'll be giving you a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to the agenda again this month is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting. In addition, it provides a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs can be found that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff have issued a total of 33 LTAs for calendar year 2022, and 9 of those LTAs have been issued since our last board meeting. And I'm going to go and summarize some of those LTAs for you. The first LTA announces the issuance of the amended Proposition 19 forms, which were amended due to the passing of Senate Bill 539 and the addition of Sections 63.2 and 69.6 to the Revenue and Taxation Code. These forms were amended at the last board meeting and adopted at the last board meeting, and they have been since listed to our assessors portal for the assessors and their staff to utilize immediately. We've also issued 2 LTAs providing notice to the public regarding the emergency amendments to property tax rules 462.520 and 462.540, which you've heard mentioned by both Mr. Nanjo and Mr. Young. And that began a 5-day comment period during which any interested person could submit written comments to both the Office of Administrative Law and to the BOE's legal department regarding the adoption of those emergency amendments. Then we also issued 3 LTAs providing the 2023-24 income levels for the tribal housing exemption, the welfare exemption, and the leased property used exclusively for low-income rental housing exemption. These income levels are published annually by the Department of Housing and Community Development and are compiled by the BOE staff for assessors to utilize when determining eligibility for these exemptions. We also issued an LTA that provides statistical data collected by BOE staff from county assessors regarding community land trust housing for the January 2020 lien date, as required under Senate Bill 196. Senate Bill 196, which became effective as of the January 1, 2020 lien date, added Section 214.18 to the Revenue and Taxation Code to allow a CLT to file a claim for the welfare exemption if certain conditions were met. In addition, uncodified language in Senate Bill 196 requires the BOE to annually collect data to quantify the amount of assessed value exempted and the number of owner-occupied dwelling units or rental units, or both, created by CLTs that were granted this exemption. We also issued an LTA on the property tax directory, giving a list of BOE staff that may be of assistance when dealing with property tax assessments. And then finally, we issued an LTA summarizing the court cases involving property tax issues that were decided in 2021 by the California's Courts of Appeal. And that will conclude my report on letters to assessors, and I'm available to answer questions you may have.
All right, letters to the assessors. Thank you very much for documenting that, detailing that for us. Anyone have any questions down on this end, on my left? None? Okay, Mr. Vasquez, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Lumpson, for your report. And I was just curious on the, I guess, the three letters to assessors, I guess number 29, 30, and 31, the LTAs, dealing with the income levels for low-income exempt housing.
Yes.
Was the new inflation percentage included or calculated into that, do you know?
So the income levels are put together by the HCD, which is the Housing Community Development. So they put the numbers together, and I believe it does depend upon what type of inflation is going on at the time. And they're based on data that is collected from HUD, which is the Housing and Urban Development Department, and we simply take those numbers and compile them for the assessors. So we're not involved in the calculating or the numbers themselves. We simply just compile them and we put them into one location for all assessors to be able to get the same information in one location.
That was kind of my concern, because we pretty much have to rely on them. And I'm just wondering if the numbers they're giving us are the latest figures. That's what I was.
Well, we go on to their website. Every year they issue the numbers, and they
make those adjustments, I guess?
Yes, and they send out a letter indicating that those are the updated numbers for the year, and then that's where we get our information from.
And then in regarding the LTA, I guess number 32, the Community Land Trust housing data?
Yes.
It appears that the data we collected was only for the January 1, 2020 lien date. Will we always, so it looks like we're behind a little bit on that?
So
Go ahead.
we're in the process of collecting for the following lien date. So each lien date, so for example, the assessors would have just closed the 2022 lien date back in July. So we're actually still collecting the 2021 information. So we started with the 2020, and now we're going to be collecting for the 2021 lien date as well.
So I guess my question, is that something we can't avoid? Because it sounds like we're kind of behind the eight ball in terms of being as up to date as possible on that.
Well, I think we're in the process of collecting all of that information, you know.
To get the latest?
Yes.
Okay.
So if I may assist, we will, it's structural, it's built in. We're always doing a look back as to what happened last year. So you are correct. We won't be behind, but it's intentional. It's to give us a look backwards to
Of
see
what's going on.
to what was already granted.
Thank you.
Ms. Lumsden, please continue. Did you have a question, Mr. Eppolite? No. Okay, yeah, let's keep
Okay,
going.
thank you. I will go on to move on to my next
Okay.
report, which is on the appraisal training and certification program. As I mentioned at our last board meeting, we have set our appraisal training schedule for the 22-23 fiscal year and posted the schedule to our website. We have scheduled 33 classes covering 8 different courses. This schedule of classes includes some in-person conducted classes as well as some virtually conducted classes. We also plan on scheduling 2 workshops, one on taxable possessory interests and the other on mineral properties. And both will be given virtually, and the dates for those workshops will be set soon, as we have already confirmed that we have instructors, BOE instructors for each of those workshops. And those workshops will be 2 to 3 hour long workshops, and we will be able to have several hundred people attend those workshops, where with our regular classes, and I mentioned before the 33 classes, those are usually week-long classes, and they hold about 35 to 40 students. So with our workshops, we can actually accommodate several hundred people, and we're looking forward to having those as well. So far this month, we've completed 2 classes, each of which were held virtually through Microsoft Office Teams, and they were taught by BOE staff. And those 2 classes are Course 2A, the Replacement Cost Estimating for Residential Structures, and Course 3, Residential Appraisal Procedures. And that concludes my report on training and certification, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Question, what kind of feedback did you receive from those participants in the courses that you organized?
We've been receiving quite a bit of feedback. So over the years that we first started, because this has been going on now this is our 2nd year of doing the virtual classes. So we have been getting feedback in regards to the length of time.
Is it too long, too short? What's the specifics to the feedback?
Yeah, we get information back from students regarding the information is of a difficult level.
Mhm.
So some of them wish that it could be spread out into a longer period of time.
Okay, hold on. How long are we talking? How long are the courses that you're presenting?
Well, the courses that we provide are 4 to 5 days long
Oh,
courses.
Okay.
And some students.
8 hours a day, 6 hours a day?
The first 2 days are typically half day. The first and last day are typically a half a day, because it's the start of the class. The last day of the class is typically when the exam is given. The other 2 to 3 days are 8-hour-long days.
And how is the exam administered online?
So the exam is normally, in normal circumstances, when we do our in-person classes, the exam is given the last morning of the class, and it's proctored there by the instructor.
So it's a written exam by paper and pencil?
It's written, yes. A written exam, and it's taken right there at the location. When COVID hit and we started teaching our classes virtually, we still offer proctoring for those exams, but the students would have to come to our office to have them proctored. And then we also worked with each of the counties to have the exams proctored at their own counties as well, so that they would not have to come to Sacramento to take the exam. So we were working with them to do that, so.
All right, so going back to the feedback that you're receiving,
Certainly.
they're saying that it's dense content that they're learning, and they want it spread out over a greater number of days?
That's one of our comments that we've received, yes. So we've also received comments where they would like to be able to have more time to review the material during their regular 8-hour period of time. Typically, these classes are intended to be some studying outside of the course of the classes, just in journals such as in the evening time, doing, drill problems and that sort of thing. So a lot of our feedback is directed towards the time, spent outside of the class. We've gotten some feedback where the students really enjoy taking our classes and learned a lot and enjoy the instructors and think they do a great job. And then we have other feedback that indicates that the classes are difficult and hard for them to follow along. So we get everything. We get one end of the spectrum to the other, and we take note of all, comments that we get, and we try to accommodate them as best that we can.
I'm curious, do you personally do any of the trainings?
I do not do the trainings, no.
You don't? No? Okay.
I've attended many trainings over the years.
You're just so knowledgeable. I just knew you were one of the teachers, so, okay. So when we receive this feedback, you said we are incorporating it. Are we making adjustments into the courses?
Yes, wherever we can make the adjustments, we definitely listen to the feedback. We've adjusted how we've made extra hours for students to be able to contact us before and after the classes so that they can get additional assistance. We've made adjustments to, just trying to think, just in how the classes are being taught, trying to give more helpful tips, trying to give checklists, trying to give more information at the beginning of the class, trying to have students log on sooner, trying to let them test out the logging in, because that was a lot of the problems with the virtual, is people were having problems logging into the system. So we started making more additional time for them to log in to the classes. So yes, we definitely have been listening and making adjustments where we can.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. Colleagues, any other questions for Ms. Lumsden? Please, Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. I just was reminded as Chair Cohen had brought this issue up on the classes, and then you had mentioned some of the different types of responses. And is some of that as a result of maybe people learning differently? I know that you had mentioned that it's important to have some of these classes in person because of the complexity. And so I don't know if some of the classes that you're providing are done both in person and online or Zoom or whatever. So I guess I need a little clarification. Is there a remedy for some of the complaints that you're getting?
So certainly, as I mentioned, we make adjustments wherever we can. Some situations we're not able to. During COVID, when we were giving all of our classes virtually, that's why we chose not to teach some of them, was because they were too difficult to do in a virtual format. The ones that we have done, they vary, and again, every student is different in how they learn. So unfortunately, at the time, we were not able to make some adjustments because we only had that platform of teaching virtually. So we tried to make adjustments to our equipment and our tools that we were using within our abilities, and that definitely improved over from the beginning towards where we are now today. And so we're still trying to operate by getting more tools that would help us teach these classes better. So that's been a big help. As far as teaching, that's why when we went back to, now that we are able to go back in person, that's why we didn't just eliminate that possibility, because we found that some of that is still needed. There are some students that just do better taking in-person classes than taking virtual, and there are some that prefer to take them virtually. And there are some counties that prefer us to teach them virtually because it allows them to send their, have their staff attend those when they're perhaps not able to attend them in person because of the cost. So that allows them to do that. Where with other counties, they prefer for them to attend in person because they feel like they get more benefit out of that. So we definitely are making those adjustments as best that we can to accommodate. And again, we try to include additional time to let the students. That's one of the reasons why we have to keep the classes down to 35 to 40 people, even when we do them virtually, is because the amount of questions and the assistance that they still need is, is very time consuming. So we're not able to have 100 people attend the class, or they wouldn't be able to get as much out of the classes because there's just way too much needed time to still have that communication with the students. And we aren't able to do that if we have more than that.
How are the county assessors when it comes to the classes? I'm sure you're getting feedback. What sort of feedback are you getting from them?
Well, one of the things that we discuss about, because we do talk about this at the different conferences that I've attended, and we've had the discussion about because one of the comments that I brought up previously is that students want the classes spread out in a further amount of time, and to be able to study within the regular day-to-day hours. And we've discussed this at several conferences, and at this time, the assessors agree that they want to still keep it to the 1 week long classes. They don't want to extend it past that time, but that is something we're still in discussions about, and we may end up changing that as time goes on, because we may find that even though that's the model that we've had over these years, perhaps it's a model that we now need to change. But that's still something we're in discussions about, and we may look at that a little bit further. So.
I'm glad you're looking at that.
Oh yeah,
it all sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, anyone else have any questions? Yes.
Just a quick follow-up, and you kind of answered part of my question. I didn't realize when you're doing virtually, you still have a limit of 35 plus, more or less, because I guess just the questioning, the Q&A is just too much to handle. But given that restriction, are we still meeting the demand for how many people want to take the classes, or is there like a waiting list to get into these things?
There's, in every one of our classes, there's a waiting list. They fill up very quickly. We definitely have more of a demand than we do have the classes for them, but like I said, we've added 10 extra classes this year alone as to what we're teaching, and that is.
And we still have a waiting list, even with 10 additional classes.
Yes, yes. The classes are very much needed and very popular, and so they fill up very quickly.
Thanks.
Yeah, and just so you know too, I also, when we get comments regarding the classes, I read all of them myself so that I'm aware of what any of the issues are that, are coming up and the things that we need to do to try to improve them. Because all the feedback is good. So whether we can assist or not, because like I said, we get all kinds of comments from one end of the spectrum to the other, and we're not able to, help adjust for everyone, but we do make adjustments where we can.
Mr. Schaefer?
Am I right to assume that most of our students are our own people?
No, actually, we do have some BOE students that take the classes as well, but the majority of our students are county assessors and their staff. Because we serve the 58 counties throughout the state for providing them the training and the continuing education classes that they need.
And just as I mentioned to Chief Counsel Nanjo, now that we have Peter Kim and enhanced PR capability, if there are educational journals and educational associations that you could see that the word gets out of what we're doing, so that BOE is more of a household word, I'm a big fan of that, and I would urge you to utilize Peter Kim as much as you could.
Certainly. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Lumpson, you guys are doing a lot of work. Thank you for the detail in the presentation that you've just given to us. I hold quarterly meetings with my assessors, and they're still clamoring. They want more. It's almost like an insatiable desire. The more classes that we create, and I know we have expanded them. I think by 10, we're doing 10 more courses this year than we did last year.
Mm-hmm.
But they still want more, Pat. They still want more. So how do we please our constituents and give them what they want? Meaning more courses.
So right now, we are teaching as many classes as we are able to teach at this time. We are teaching, like I said, 10 more than we did last year. I believe we're actually teaching more this year than we probably have taught in the 14 years that I've been working in the office. So,
why do you think that there's such a demand all of a sudden?
Part of it is in terms of the hiring process. I think a lot of what our classes are is they're oriented towards the new appraisers as they come in. There's like a line of classes that they take as they, gain experience, and they also help them get their advanced certification as well. And we do offer continuing education classes that are like our self-studies and other webinars and stuff they can take once they have taken these classes. But these initial classes that we're talking about are the ones that they take just to gain that initial knowledge to do the work. And so as people are retiring, they're doing a lot of hiring, and as they do a lot of hiring, then they're looking to, send the students, the staff to take these classes. And so that's part of it. So the other part of it too is during COVID, the very first year, we were not able to teach any classes, and so that really put some of the classes behind for the, getting the students to get these classes that they needed. So we had some classes online that they could take, but in the meantime, there were these other classes that they hadn't been able to take because we had never taught them virtually before. So you're talking about, like I said, approximately 9 months where it's probably about a year where we were not able to teach any classes. And so there was a lot of backlog from that as well.
Okay.
So.
Thank you very much for your thoughtfulness. Let's keep going.
Okay, I'll move on to my final report.
Okay.
And that is on the assessment practices surveys. And for calendar year 2022, we have issued a total of 6 assessment practices survey reports via letters to assessors for the following counties: Santa Barbara County in District 2, Alameda County in District 2, Sierra County in District 1, Stanislaus County in District 1, Amador County in District 1, and then Inyo County in District 1, which we just published just this last week, and that's not showing up on our current letter to assessors memo. In addition to these 6 counties, we actively we're working on completing surveys and samples for 11 other counties. 5 of those are in District 1, 4 in District 2, 1 in District 3, and 1 in District 4. These surveys and samples are in various stages of production, and then once they're completed, a copy of the report is provided to each of the board members and their office for preview before it is issued and posted to our website via LTA. BOE survey staff have begun traveling again to conduct their surveys in person. However, we are continuing to collect some information remotely in an effort to be more efficient and less impactful to the assessors and their staff. As part of that process, we work closely with each assessor and their staff to determine the best way to collect this information for each of these surveys. And we will continue to monitor these results of the process improvement we put in place and make adjustments as we need to. And that will conclude my report on assessment practices surveys, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, if I could, just in terms of the surveys, we've talked about this in the past, but I'm hoping that we're making progress in terms of the depth of the surveys and that we're getting feedback from the county assessors. I remember when I visited my assessors, I had some say, hey, we really enjoy getting audited because it points out areas of improvement for us. And then I went and visited more of a kind of a middle-sized county, and they said, there's an issue here because you have new staff, newer audit people coming in, and they're not helping us in the areas that we want them to examine. And so, we've had some time has passed because that was my first year elected, and then we had the pandemic. So I guess if you could just respond to, I assume we're doing more in-depth surveys than we were in the past, and there's different levels, I understand that. But are we getting feedback from the county assessors, and what are they telling us about the surveys? Are they helpful or just hitting issues that are non-consequential in terms of how they improve their operation?
Well, we do get feedback from the assessors, again, as I attend all the conferences and get discussions about that. We still hear that they think the surveys and samples are needful and that they're helpful and that they enjoy having that I think the right word, compliance out there to
Review,
show
yeah.
to their,
Yeah.
to show to their constituents that they're in compliance. And we do still get some feedback, and we do still have some discussions about, some of the things that we find and make recommendations about perhaps are things that think of little consequence. But there are still things that we, as, doing our job in the auditing, we still, are required to take note of that. So we do.
Okay.
So we still will have those discussions as well. We've made a lot of improvements to the program. We've worked with the assessors. We have an ad hoc committee that we sit on with them regarding improving the survey program, which we've been doing over the last, I believe, 2 or 3 years now, maybe even a little bit longer than that. And so we are always working on that. What our goal right now is with the survey program is, as you talked about, is trying to get the staff trained, the newer staff that we bring in that have never had county experience. We are working on getting them that needful experience because this job is very specialized, and when you're auditing an assessor's office, it is helpful to have that experience.
Sure.
So we're trying to train our staff in a way that they will be able to have that knowledge and get that experience. And so we're trying to have more of a mentor type of situation when we go to those counties and focus on fewer topics, but in more depth, so that we can accommodate and, get our training in for our staff so that they become more knowledgeable, they become subject matter experts, especially as we start losing staff members to retirement.
Sure.
So these are all things that are very needful, and they're, take time for that to happen. So, but yes, we're definitely working on that as well.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I believe you're up next, Jack.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. McCool.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide information on the status of ongoing work in our division. With the adoption earlier today of both the private railroad car and state assessed property rolls, State Assessed Properties Division staff will now be preparing next steps. For the private railroad car assessees, notices will be sent to each assessee notifying them of their assessed value amount and information for how they may dispute the assessed values. Staff will now begin preparing the tax bills that will be sent to private railroad car taxpayers. State Assessed Properties Division staff will now also transmit the final state assessed property roll to each county, as I mentioned earlier today. Now that the private railroad car and state assessed rolls are complete for this year, State Assessed Properties Division staff will now focus our work in other areas, one of which is our property tax audits. Routine public utility property tax audits are performed by the State Assessed Properties Division under the authority of California Revenue and Taxation Code Section 828 and Government Code Section 15618, and are conducted to determine the accuracy, completeness, and reliability of the financial data furnished by the assessees and used by the board in the valuation process. Audit findings that result in a recommended change in an assessee's value will be brought before the board for your consideration in future months. The other area that will comprise most of State Assessed Properties Division's workload in the next few months will be appeals. The filing deadline to submit a petition for unitary property reassessment was July 20th. The deadline to file a petition for non-unitary property reassessment is September 20th. September 20th is also the deadline to file a petition for private railroad car reassessment. State Assessed Properties Division staff have already begun to work diligently on the unitary petitions that have been forwarded to us, and over the course of the next few months, our staff will be working in partnership with both the Port Proceedings Division as well as the board's legal department during the appeals season. That concludes my report. I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Brief, nothing on this side? Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. If no questions, that should conclude our presentation for the Property Tax Department.
Okay. We have no public comment on this matter, but we'll go to the AT&T moderator.
Thank you.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public statement regarding this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have one queue. And that person is going to be Kimberly Labella. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Staff members, board proceeding.
Yes, would you like to make public comment on this,
Public-
on the topic?
I would like to make a comment on the surveys and the staff has to run the board.
What's your comment on the surveys?
I have the ability to train people that with David Young. And I have a position. I was certified property appraiser. I was hired by school. But concerns about the staff they're hiring and the practices that they're missing on estate assessments because of the lack of fiduciary they're having to California.
Wow, I can't hear. I'm sorry. It's garbled.
No problem. To the public speaker, I just want to let you know I don't know if the technical difficulties are on your end or our end, but your message, your message is cutting in and out, and we can't understand you. Could you try it one more time, or maybe get in an area where you can get a stronger signal?
I'm in Ted Gaines area up in Lake Tahoe area. Sorry.
It's okay.
I have a trier of finding that I was injured on June 20th of 22 and I was a co-worker, and Jack McCool and David Young are my chiefs. I've been trying to get a hold of Jack McCool and David Young to get back to work.
I'm sorry, you need to turn your mic on. We can't.
If I can ask the speaker to limit their comments to the matter at hand, otherwise I invite you to come back on the N item, which is public comments on matters not on the agenda.
Henry Mancho, you have full knowledge that I was sexually assaulted at the board.
Okay,
I
this
have a
is,
prior
the
We should cut
speaker
public
is going
comment.
into a personnel
Thank
matter.
you.
AT&T moderator, please cut the line.
All right, thank you. Let's go to another caller on the line if there is one.
AT&T moderator, is there any other person on the line to make a public comment?
Ladies and gentlemen, for public comment, please press 10 at this time. Madam Chair, we have no additional respondents.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kitty.
The next item on the agenda is K6A, Legislative Research and Statistics Division's Chief Report, Legislative Issues, Update on Administrative and Program-Related Legislative Bills Impacting the BOE. This item will be presented by Mr. Weatherby.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Schaefer, honorable members of the board. This is Dustin Weatherby, Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. So since my report last June, there have been no legislative actions on any bills as the legislature has been on summer recess. However, the legislature will reconvene from summer recess for the final month of the 2021-2022 legislative session this coming Monday, August 1st. Currently, all bills that are pending that are listed on the PAN attachment are pending in their respective appropriations committees. These bills must pass the fiscal committee deadline by August 12th to still be in consideration for the legislative session. And then on the last day for the legislature to pass any bills is going to be August 31st, upon which they will adjourn for the entire 2021-2022 legislative session. So that will conclude my update on this item, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice report. Short and sweet. Mr. Vasquez.
Just one quick one. You mentioned the deadline for legislation or bills that they have, that they're working on in terms of this session. I was wondering if you had the last day that they could put forward any kind of legislative constitutional amendment.
So they could still introduce any constitutional amendment. The one rule is that a bill needs to be in print for 30 days prior to receiving any sort of committee hearing. The legislature has their own jurisdiction to waive those rules, I believe, through a 2/3 vote. So they could theoretically introduce a constitutional amendment up until before 72 hours before the final vote.
And what's that final vote?
So it would be August 31st.
August 31st.
Is the final date. So I believe the final day to amend any bills on the floor is August 25th. But since this would be a bill introduction, it would probably need to be before that.
And even if they did, that wouldn't qualify to get on this election cycle ballot.
Correct. So
It'd be a carryover.
the deadline for the 2022 November ballot was June 30th.
That's what I thought.
So any constitutional amendment that the legislature would pass would go on to most likely the 2024 ballot, unless there's a statewide election in 2023. But to my knowledge, I don't think there are any.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nope. Okay, on this side. Yes, Mr. Schaefer?
Mr. Weatherby, when the legislature is on vacation until like coming up in August, does that mean you're on vacation too?
Thank you, Vice Chair. No, I have not been on vacation. I was doing some ledge analyses as the legislature did amend some bills prior to going on recess, so I was busy working on those and got those out for this past week. And so I will be on vacation coming up, though.
I'd like to mention two opportunities to meddle in other things, like now that we have Peter Kim, if you see opportunity to put the BOE's name into something going on someplace else, he would be the one to effectuate that, and I would applaud such activity. And as you know, I have a rather liberal view of the Bagley-Keene situation, and it gets mentioned rarely, but I'm wondering what other states are doing, and since you are a legislative expert, if you run into some kind of catalogs or discussions, or if you're at some public event where you have a chance to speak, I'd be proud if we could make inquiry as to where this topic of the relationship of what a majority of any legislative board can speak about when they are in the same room. Can they talk about picnics? Can they talk about baseball? Or can they not talk about anything? I'm not sure whether, I know we can't speak about legislation, but I'm not sure what other stuff we can or can't speak about, and I would love to have the guidance of any other legislature or any other court. If you might bump into any of this in your travels or your studies, just be sure that you have me in mind.
Okay. Well, thank you for that question, Vice Chair Schaefer. I'll let you know if I see anything, but up until then, I would respectfully defer to the legal
BOE
counsel
counsel.
For any of that info.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gaines, any questions for Mr. Weathersby? Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and take public comment.
We have not received any written comments. Let's go
Okay.
to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for comment, please press 10. Madam Chair, we have no respondents in queue.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is L2A, Board Member Requested Matters, Board Member Initiatives, Board Member Strategic Plan Updates, Quarterly Reports on Priorities, Actions, and Progress related to the goals of the Board Member Strategic Plan, presented by Ms. Cohn and Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vasquez, did you want to start with opening remarks?
I will.
Thank you.
Let me just begin with, at the April 27th, 2022 board meeting, I provided a quarterly report on the priorities, actions, and progress on the board member's strategic plan. I also confirmed that I would provide you with the next update at this July meeting, and I'm hoping everybody had an opportunity to look at our little spreadsheet that was included in your packet. And I will go over some of the highlights on that. But I asked the executive director to provide this copy for you as well. From a practical and perspective, we should look at some of these and see if there's anything that maybe we may need to tweak, discuss, or any clarification you may have. Let me just kind of bring your attention to a couple of them, and then I'll turn it back over to my co-chair on this. And on the very first item, which was 1A, establish that agencies has the resources and infrastructure necessary to fulfill its workload. The executive director has asked or requested an additional 60 days on this to come back and give us a full update and report on this. So I was hoping that there's a consensus from the board to grant that. As we move on to, I guess what's still part of the 1A, but on 1A number 3, it's the anticipated completion date. We are looking at August the 30th, 22, and that's based on an assessment results that the ED will develop and a plan of action to address the resources and the infrastructure gaps that she was referring to or requested earlier. As we look at the next item, which is 1B on this spreadsheet, which is assure board members' fiscal responsibility, ethical accountability, and commitment to public service. This one Chair Cohen and the executive director will schedule this training in the third quarter coming up. So I'll let our chair maybe embellish or add a little to that if she has anything. And then on the last one I had, which was 1C, establish that the board members have the resources and infrastructure necessary to fulfill their constitutional responsibilities and associated workload. I wanted to request an extension of 1A and maybe impact with the chair and the executive director and their ability to look at this and see if it would be most likely beginning in the August or the September meeting of this year. And I want to say that might be all. Let me take a look at the last page here. Yeah, that's the only change or request I would like to add to what you have in the spreadsheet that was handed out to you. And with that, let me turn it back over to my co-chair and see if she has any other comments. And then I know we have other members, colleagues, I should say, that are also participated on this part, especially as we're looking at the whole development, educational, and outreach plan, which I'll ask Member Gaines to chime in on that one. And then the last one, which kind of gets into the whole establishing this whole imaging, and we're talking about just the, I forgot what we called it now, the campaign to the whole image. We had a name for it. What was it?
Branding and communication.
Branding, I'm sorry. So I know we'll get into that in a few minutes, and we'll discuss the timetable as well on that. But let me turn it back over to my chair.
All right,
Co-chair.
thank you. Okay, so I just wanted, let me kind of set this thing at a high level, put things back into perspective on why we're discussing this and how we got to where we are. So thank you, Vasquez, for your continued leadership in this area. You may recall, when we developed the board strategic plan, we identified key steps that we needed to take to rebuild the agency and restore the national, rebuild the agency to restore its national stellar reputation. And these steps still remain current today. As I've stated on many occasions, 6 years ago, our agency was left on life support. And despite such actions, every member of the Board of Equalization team has showed up every day to make sure that we administer this complex $85 billion property tax system in a fair and effective and efficient manner. And I want to, again, publicly applaud the continued work on behalf of the residents of California. We've gone through leadership changes, we've gone through hirings, and in some cases, we've even let a few people go. So I just want to publicly restate my commitment to ensuring that our very capable team of employees and the 58 county assessors have the resources that they need to serve the residents of the state. Of course, this process will entail achieving Goal 1 and Goal 2 from our strategic plan. Now, just as a refresher, Goal 1 states that Goal 1 ensures the board's constitutional mandates are being performed in the most cost-effective, efficient, and timely manner with the 58 elected assessors and California taxpayers in the forefront. The key action item associated with this goal is to establish that the agency has the resources and infrastructure necessary to fulfill its workload. Goal 2 states very clearly that we wish to establish and meet workload priorities and provide direction for members to achieve statewide objectives and to achieve a workload in a manner that ensures maximum transparency and opportunity for open discussion. And so what does that mean? That means that the key actions associated with this goal was to identify our priorities through our property tax modernization system, modernization initiative. Both of these require that we conduct a complete assessment of our internal gaps and map out a path forward to rebuilding the organization. And we will continue down this path.
I just want to note that our success will depend on our partnership as board members and our continued collaboration with our executive director. I look forward to continuing to work with each of my colleagues on the board, our executive director, the executive team, and of course, the California Assessors Association, and our stakeholders in achieving these goals. And so I thank you for that. I want to talk a little bit about goal number 4, because I believe that there is a potential action around goal 4. Senator Gaines and Vice Schaefer, I want to publicly thank you both again for embracing the partnership with USC. I appreciate the work achieved by our USC partners and the trust that the board and the agency will continue to partner with our colleagues and universities so that we can continue to achieve our agency's objectives. And quite honestly, it's my hope that we can build upon the work of our USC partners, as well as find ways in which we are able to amplify our reach to taxpayers and the broader community. In my quarterly meetings with the 2nd District assessors, it's become apparent that taxpayers, that taxpayer advocates, and the general public need to hear more from us about changes in property tax law, as well as the changes in the current laws and regulations and the processes that we put forward in the here at the Board of Equalization. That said, I'd like to make a motion that the executive director work with my office, as well as Senator Gaines' office, as well as the vice chair's office, to explore creating an outreach communications workshop. Now, this came up earlier in our discussion with the executive director and kind of dovetailed in with what Mr. Kim's presentation was covering. And my goal in making this recommendation is to ensure that we invest the time and the resources to begin building our capacity in this area, to continue to leverage our internal partnerships to address the educational and outreach goals of the board and the agency. So, Ms. Stowers, I believe a report back from you will allow us an opportunity to amplify and explore how best to achieve this goal with consideration for agency priorities and their bandwidth. I know you have a lot on your table. So, I will make a motion. Well, here's a recommended action. Is that I move that we direct the executive director to work with my office, with Gaines and Schaefer's office, to explore creating a Board of Equalization outreach communication work group. Now, we touched a little bit upon it earlier in the meeting, but I wanted just to clarify the motion because I was caught off guard earlier in the agenda. Today, at this point, I have my words, and so I know exactly what I'm asking for. So, colleagues, this is what I'm asking for your consideration. And again, that motion is that that I work with the executive director, that I work with Senator Gaines and Senator Schaefer and their staff to explore creating an outreach and communications work group. This is just to establish another work group. So, how do you guys feel about that? Gary, I see your eyes are open, wide. Mr. Vasquez. Mr.
Just a
Epple.
point of clarification, I see our legal counsel coming up. I'm just wondering if we need to be careful that we don't include more than 2, even though you're saying the member or the staff, I think you could run a risk of being in violation of Baker King. Am I correct?
Yes, thank you very much, Member Vasquez. I would recommend some caution there because that could be viewed as a serial meeting. Really, the executive director, if she's going to work with the members' offices, should only work with 2 to
That's what I
protect
thought,
yourself.
yeah. I think it's a good move. Just,
Okay.
you might just want to make that adjustment.
That clarification, okay,
Yes.
I will take that under advisement. Mr. Eppolite, was your concern the same?
No, I was just going to ask, was this different than what we voted on earlier today?
It's not, no, the spirit is the same. I think that this is better worded. If you might remember, I kind of befuddled the motion because I was prepared to do it later on in the agenda at this point of time.
So this is in addition to what we did this morning?
I think what I'd like to do is just to clarify it. It doesn't,
If anything, maybe it supersedes what we did this morning. And I don't know the exact legal way to do it. I don't know if I need to make a motion to rescind the previous motion.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm prepared to make a motion to rescind the previous motion to request the executive director to work on an outreach and communication strategy. And forgive me, Ms. Cicchetti, I don't know what item that was on the agenda. I didn't make a note in my notes.
All right. We
You
have a
have
couple
it?
of things going on right now. You do have a motion on the table that you started with, so
Yes.
If you want, I hate to ask you to do that.
I understand
but
exactly what you're
To
talking
rescind that
about.
first, so that we don't have that outstanding, and then we could go back and rescind
So
it.
why don't we do this? What I'd like to do is take the motion to rescind first, so that the record is clean.
That's okay. First, her other motion doesn't have a second.
Your first motion did not have a second?
That's correct. They're just open.
It's not a valid motion, so you're free to go on with the motion
To rescind.
To rescind.
Thank you very much. Okay. Hold on.
Okay, so then we're going to vote on the current motion.
No, no. The second, the motion, we're gonna, I'm making a motion to rescind our previous action to request the executive director to form a work group in communications. That's my
Okay.
motion. Is there a second for that motion?
I've got a question of clarification.
Oh, yes.
Okay, because I thought we already had the committee set up.
We did.
With Member Schaefer and myself. So I think, my thought is, we can make a presentation in terms of giving you an update on what's happening with that. And I think what your desire is that we need to go farther,
Well,
right? We need to, okay, I think we've accomplished some of the things that we had talked about initially when we set up this particular committee. And I think what you're asking, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think what you're asking is that, where do we go from here? We need to do more.
Mr. Gaines, you're right. And
so
I'm trying to find I'm trying to present a pathway forward to help us get there.
So is there, my thought is that Mr. Schaefer, Member Schaefer, and myself can continue in that vein with direction from you as the chair, and we could be reporting back to you in terms of where we go from we're at point B, but where we go from B to C.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines, for bringing that clarity, because that's exactly what I'm
Okay.
envisioning and trying to communicate.
Okay, great, wonderful.
Mr. Gaines, very quickly, I see we've got some staff at the DS. I'd like to ask them to take a moment and make a presentation to us. The floor is yours.
Okay.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Cohen. Chair Cohen and members, Matt Cox, Chief Deputy to Senator Gaines, and myself, Gary Gartner, Chief Deputy to Vice Chair Schaefer, and our staff have, with the members, have been meeting several times to work on the goals from the retreat, which the strategic plan goal number 4 was to develop an agency-wide branding campaign to ensure that California taxpayers, elected officials, business associations, nonprofits, veterans, and other constituencies are knowledgeable about the agency and the board, as well as their exclusive responsibility for property tax administration. So it's really agency-wide branding and communications. So we're here today to give you a short update on what we've done. So from the USC, University of Southern California Saul Price School of Public Policy Collaborative Project, one of their key recommendations was to implement a board member's toolkit. And so I believe that Peter Kim, our communications chief, because of that recommendation and other things he was working on prior to their report, we have our first toolkit, which is now for the 2022 Taxpayer Bill of Rights Hearing Outreach Toolkit, which includes a flyer, public service announcement, a web button for external partners, social media graphics, suggested talking points, suggested e-blast message, and a link to the hearing webpage. So I think that Mr. Kim has implemented that recommendation, and it's my understanding plans to do more toolkits moving forward on other topics to involve the public. And so, yeah, so that's that's on that regard. And then I'm going to turn over to Matt Cox, who's going to tell some of the other things that we've been working on.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I'll take this opportunity first actually to thank your office, Chair Cohen, for bringing the USC opportunity to us. As Gary just mentioned, that's one concrete specific example that they provided that we thought was a good idea to adopt, but informally, it provided an opportunity for additional discussion with our offices that continued some of the work that we had done early on when we convened discussions between our offices, Peter Kim, Brenda Fleming, Betsy from my office, and I forget who else attended from your office. But in any case, it allowed us to continue those discussions, and so there are benefits, I believe, beyond adopting the formal recommendation that Gary just went over. Some of those I'll mention right now. As a result of those discussions and the discussions with USC, we have hoped to collaborate more with Peter Kim, our Chief Comms Officer, in ongoing toolkit ideas. And so those, of course, will be coming from individual member offices, but we hope that the ideas that the individual member offices share will be applicable and useful to all of the different offices. The same goes with updating the BOE website, which he has already made some great changes in my estimation. I think particularly we all have discussed the Prop 19 updates to the website. I like the fact that it's just front and center because it is something new and changing, and so it's easy for people to find. And I know we discussed earlier today also making the website more widely available to people with different linguistic needs. So we hope to continue along that path, providing input to him, also as it relates to the individual member pages as well, which, I know there's a degree of standardization among those pages, but we think that in light of what we do with the board, those are in need of constant updating, and so that's something that we hope to be working on with him as well. We've also had an initial discussion of a framework to develop an annual board outreach and education plan that reflects a consistent and shared approach. Of course, as we discussed just a second ago, Bagley-Keene forbids us from discussing that beyond 2 offices at a time, but again, we all are pulling in the same direction as far as it relates to our primary task here at the board. So although the member offices may not be perfectly overlapping in their desires and needs and emphases, certainly there's enough shared ground between them that we think that that will be valuable. And lastly, and I think this goes back to Chair Cohen about what you were just mentioning, we are hopeful to develop and have had initial discussions on leveraging individual board member activities and outreach efforts that are currently being undertaken by individual board member offices. And I'll use the word ambassadors, which was a Peter Kim coinage. But I like it, ambassadors out in our districts, sharing with our key stakeholders, taxpayers in general, but policymakers, business associations, nonprofits, veterans. I know we talked earlier about people damaged, homes damaged in fires, let's say. That's another micro constituency, at least knock on wood. Let's hope that's a small constituency, right? But about leveraging individual board member efforts so that they may benefit all of the state's 40 million people and not just the 10 million people who we serve. So those are some of the discussions that we have had, as well as what Gary said, the individual concrete example from USC that is being adopted currently.
Appreciate that perspective. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Welcome.
Do you guys have any questions for the presenters? No? How about you on this, Mr. Gaines? Do you have any questions?
Well, just if I could
Yeah, please.
expand a little bit in terms of the hiring of Peter Kim was probably our biggest step forward in terms of getting someone that was focusing on the message for the BOE and for us as members. And so my hope would be that we would continue to work down this pathway of what can we do for individual members in terms of what they can do in their districts from an outreach standpoint. And when we talk about acting as ambassadors and identifying certain groups that need to know about the benefits that we can provide, fire victims, for instance, was a good example. But look at the challenges that we've had with Prop 19 and trying to communicate with voters. And so that's an area that I'd like us to look at in terms of expansion for getting from point B to point C, is how do we ignite the power of the BOE in each of our districts? And some of those needs will be unique per the district, but there'll be a lot of commonality too. And I think our ability to identify the benefits of the BOE and how they can help our constituents will be an ongoing challenge. But if we can get it organized in a kind of a methodical method that would be constant, where we're constantly messaging to our constituents, it would be a huge help.
So, what would you like us to do? Is there any
Well, I think
action that you want us to take?
I think at this point, this is an opportunity to ask any questions that you may have, but I think probably our next step would be that we should have an opportunity for each of our offices to identify some of the issues that you'd like addressed. I'm thinking specifically within the district, and then what is our plan for outreach within each of our districts?
Okay, I love it that we're on the same page and we're thinking about this. Thank you for bringing clarity to it. And thank you to the staff that's done a really good job.
Thank you.
So what I was trying to say earlier was to ask the executive director to bring a proposal that allows all of us to work together.
Right.
Very simply and succinctly stated, and a proposal that will allow all of us to work together on creating a work group that allows our offices, as well as with the agency on every front, to outreach, to communicate, and to leverage our capacity. And in doing so, it would allow us to empower and educate our constituents, as well as educating the legislature and other elected officers and the public about the property taxes. Right now, Bagley-Keene prohibits that. And so oh, there you are, Henry. I knew you'd be somewhere.
Could I throw out a suggestion?
Yes, please.
And this could be in the form of a motion.
Okay.
And that would be to direct the committee to look at next steps in terms of identifying opportunities for outreach on a per-district basis, kind of as we've touched upon lightly here today, and to report back. I don't know how many days we would need, if it's the next board meeting or 2 out, but we report back to this committee, and you as the chair could provide feedback and oversight, and I don't think we'd have any violation of Bagley-Keene because it would be done in public.
Well, yes, you're absolutely right. If we publicly notice it.
Yes.
You're absolutely right. Okay, so Mr. Gain, I think our officers have tried to have tried to work together, and I think that we do a good job of doing that.
Absolutely.
So I want to acknowledge Henry, Mr. Nanjo. Is there anything you want to say?
No, I was making myself available to help you with your motions.
Okay.
Depending on how you go.
Right, so I'm going to remove the motion to rescind, because I think it's good the way it stands. I think if I heard correctly, Mr. Gaines said a motion. And whatever, that's the second motion I had 2 motions open. Let's take them off the table, okay, and start fresh. Mr. Gaines, I believe he was saying, he was making a motion to ask the committee.
Can I just throw it out there and you
Yes,
see what
please.
you think? But I'd like to make a motion that the Outreach Development Committee, made up of myself and Member Schaefer, would explore the ambassadorship program and other outreach opportunities on a per-district basis and bring those ideas back to this board within 60 days. I'm looking at our team here. Is that enough time to report back?
60 days, long time.
Is that too long?
That's a long time. I'm looking at Ms. Stowers, she's the executive director. She's the one that will be working with us.
I'm sorry, I was multitasking.
No problem. Mr. Gaines, continue, 60 days.
So within 60 days, we'd report back to the committee in terms of what our advice would be. And the board at that time could review it and see if we need to make changes.
And
If you want to do it sooner, we could do it sooner, and then we could just keep reporting back each month in terms of our progress.
I think that's better. I do think that,
Okay.
that it just will increase our efficiency.
Okay.
So I don't know about you, but I work well with a deadline.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let's do it at the next board meeting.
Okay, so clarification, so when we're referring to the committee, we're referring to the board strategic goal number 4, where Vice Chair Schaefer and Member Gaines are the co-chairs.
That's correct.
Okay, want to make sure I'm clear on that, so the committee staff will do a survey through me to get a better understanding of the outreach needs per district.
Thank you.
And
Right.
we will come back in 30 days and report out.
Have to be
Okay.
through her.
Right.
Okay,
I'm not asking to run this program. This is, it kind of sounded like I was proposing something that the three of us would work together. These two gentlemen over here are running it through with the executive director. I'm just asking to be kept in the loop.
Right.
I don't want any surprises when it comes time to the presentation. So thank you for bringing that clarity and listening with a very keen ear. I think the only thing that I would like to just amend is to make sure that we include all of the offices.
Oh,
And that would,
absolutely.
that would require public noticing of, so that we can all talk about it, so that we're not in violation.
Okay, so just a thought, we could have Executive Director Stowers communicating with all the offices as we are progressing. So we'll give you an update before we report it in a regular BOE meeting. So
Okay.
you do get the heads up in terms of what we're going to present.
Okay,
Does that work?
that works.
Then there's no surprises.
No surprises.
If I may assist, just to
Yes.
keep the record clear as far as Bagley Keene is concerned, what the executive director will be doing is collecting wish lists, desires, information from each of the board members' offices, but will not be sharing any information between the offices. And then, based on her compilation of that information, she will work with the subcommittee to bring back a report to the next meeting.
Okay. That works for me.
Hold on, Julia has something to say.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's just a recommendation for the record.
Yeah, yeah. And the clarification that I was just handed was, this is not a formal committee of the board. It is just actions and direction to the executive director in preparation for the next meeting.
Okay.
Because we have formal definitions of, the board has formal definitions of a committee, and you're not functioning as a true committee because there's other obligations that would trigger.
Ad
What-
hoc?
what are those
Would
other
that be an
obligations?
ad hoc committee?
Ms. Stowers, do you have a recommendation?
I hear this as the direction is coming from the board as a whole.
Correct.
Not from the
Some
board,
committee of a-
not some committee, although we do have a committee for branding.
Correct.
But this is more of a direction from the board.
Yes. And this direction from the board is coming from the branding committee.
Your
The
suggestions.
report that they've made, the report that we heard from our USC partners, reading and thinking critically, I think this is just bringing us to the next step.
Right.
The clarification I wanted to make was, we're not forming yet another committee. It's still the same operation, so, yes. I think we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Are we? Are we on the same page? Okay, I got a thumbs up from Mr. Eppolite. Sounds good. Okay, so there's an open motion. Ms. Cicchetti, do you have the motion? Is it written down yet? Can you give it to me?
I cannot, no, I do not have it.
Not a problem. We will.
You want me to
I have
take a
quite a
stab at
few.
it again?
We will restate it.
A motion that the Outreach Development Committee would explore the ambassador program and outreach for each district and bring ideas back to the board within 30 days to report back to the board group.
Actually, the correction was, I think, at the end, it was to the next board meeting.
Just a point of clarification, the committee is the Branding and Communications Committee,
Yes, you're right.
Yes,
Okay.
that is
Thank you.
correct.
The committee is the Branding and the Communications Committee.
which deals with outreach and all the other things, yeah.
let me say this. What I heard read, the motion that I heard read sounds different than what I heard Mr. Gaines say.
Pretty close. I mean, I'm okay with it. What would you like? What are your thoughts? What are we missing?
I'm going to go with the motion that was read, and in 30 days, we'll clean it up if it needs to be cleaned up.
Okay.
Okay?
Great.
And just technically, can we do next board meeting? Because I don't think the next board meeting is within 30 days.
Well, that's what thank you.
Perfect.
There
Next
you
board
go.
meeting.
Next board
Thank
meeting.
you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'll second it if you need a second.
Thank you. Mr. Keddy, a motion has been made by Mr. Gaines. You've read the motion. It's been seconded by Mr. Vasquez.
Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice
Oh, wait,
Chair-
I'm sorry, Mr. Keddy, let's take public comment on this,
Yes, we will.
and then we'll take that vote.
AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To make public comment, please press 1-0. And we do have one coming in queue. Be a moment. We'll go back to the line of Kimberly LaBella. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Someone there? Please say something. Hello?
Honorable board members, thank you.
Yes, hi, we're taking a
Allow me
public
to
comment on a policy matter.
I'm listening all day. Yes, I'm listening all day. I wanted to thank you for the honorable board members that it looks like that it appears that they're trying to clean up what's been going on in the assessment practices of California. Ted Gaines and Chair Cohen, you're doing a wonderful job chairing. Let you guys, Mr. Vasquez, all you guys, I just want to say thank you for starting this committee on the outreach committee, because I certainly hope that a lot of Californians start getting more involved in what's going on within the board as far as assessment practices and all the surveys that I've been trying to comment on the agenda all day, but I've been continuously being hung up on. And I just want to prove that the Board of Equalization, the Property and Special Taxes, and all the members, there's been a reason for the breakdown of the CTDFA into two parts. It's because of the negligence that I was involved in since 2005 when I was hired on the same day as Jack McCool on January 18th of 2005. Now, I've been certified. I'm executive member for the GIS Council right now, and I wanted to just say, I hope you guys keep paying attention to what's going on, and I think that the employees should be held accountable. Just because I'm honest enough and I'm brave enough to come forward with a comment. And I'm going to look forward to this outreach program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there another public comment?
Madam Chair, we have no other respondents in queue.
All right, thank you. Let's call the roll.
Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Eppolite?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair, I wanted to just, point of clarification. At this time, if possible, it would be helpful, I think, to Vice Chair Schaefer speaking on his behalf, and Senator Gaines and ourselves, if you or other members or your staff have even one or two ideas that you'd like us to think about incorporating while we work on it, since you're meeting as a board and can share that with us, that could be really helpful to us.
I think you're right. It should be a team effort, absolutely. My team will contribute ideas.
But I mean, if you have anything now in public session.
I'm not prepared. I don't have
Okay.
anything now for you.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't know I don't want to speak for anyone else, but
But
I
that
don't
could be
have it.
handled through the executive director.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Wonderful.
Thanks
Thank you.
Mr.
very
Keddy,
much.
please call the next item.
The next
Chair
item.
Cohen, I just wanted to double check. Did you want to do anything with your prior motion, or are we
No,
gonna-
you might have missed it. I
Yes.
No, I'm talking about the original motion to form the communication committee back
work
before
group.
the lunch break, the work group, yeah. Because only reason I bring it up is because it sounds like this committee is going to be doing work before that, so you may not be ready for the work group at the next board meeting.
I agree. What I was going to do was have a better worded motion prepared for the next board meeting,
Okay,
to
that
take up the
works.
work group meeting.
Okay,
So I'm going to work on that.
not a problem.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
The next item is M1, Public Policy Hearing, Proposition 19 Implementation. There are no planned staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item for this month's meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so.
All right.
AT&T operator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To make comment by phone, press 10, please. Madam Chair, we have no respondents in queue.
Hearing no comments from anyone, we'll close this public policy hearing. The next item on the agenda is M2A, Public Policy Hearing, Impact of Public Calamities on Property Tax Administration, County Boards of Equalization, Assessment Appeals Board, AAB, Remote Hearings. There are no staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item for this month's meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so. We have not received a request for any in-person speaker. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For comments on the current item, please press 10 at this time. And once again, Madam Chair, we have no respondents in queue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no further comments from anyone, we'll close this public policy hearing. The next item on the agenda is N, public comments on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda, please note that the board cannot take action on these items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration in future meetings. We have no written comments on this, but I'll go to the AT&T moderator for a public comments. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Once again, to make comment on this item, please press 10 at this time. Madam Chair, we have no respondents.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. I just want to give an opportunity for my colleagues to give some closing remarks before we dismiss and recess for tomorrow. Mr. Gaines?
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to give an update on the Oak Fire, the Yosemite area, Mariposa County. And in the last 24 hours, the amount of acreage burned has gone from 14,000 to 18,000 acres. More than 40 structures have been destroyed and thousands of people evacuated. And just want to thank our firefighters. They're doing everything they can to control the blaze and hope that we can see it under control quickly as possible. And so our thoughts and prayers are with all of those who are impacted, and hopefully we can get a handle on this quickly. It's about 26% contained currently. And then just a final reminder for our constituents that there are opportunities for property tax relief, relief from Proposition 13 as a result of the loss of a structure. And so if any of our constituents have questions as it relates to fire damage, please give my office a call or anybody else impacted. So thank you.
All right, no problem. Thank you, colleagues. Anyone else have any closing remarks?
I have question.
Okay.
Does any of staff have the exhibits in our agenda for today, K6A, called Legislative Issues? On page 2, they make reference to two different legislators, both named Hertzberg, one with a T in it, like the automobile company, and one without a T. Do we have two?
I don't know, but I think we could recess and staff could get you that answer.
That's a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Anyone on my right? Closing remarks?
Just, I wasn't sure if you said at the opening we were going to adjourn this meeting in honor of Mr. Dutton, or are we
Yes.
going to wait until?
Nope.
Okay.
We can do, this is a recess, but we can adjourn today because we spoke about it today, if you'd like. Would you like to do that?
I think we should.
Yes.
Yes.
I
We're
would,
going to recess in his name and in his memory. How's that?
perfect.
Okay.
I would like to adjourn this,
Recess.
or adjourn this recess, is that what it is? Or this recess of
Or
this
just
meeting?
recess.
I'd
yeah.
like to
In
recess.
closing of this recess meeting, how's that? In honor of Mr. Dutton, one of our assessors and former legislator here in Sacramento, for his time and dedication, and once again, condolences to the Dutton family.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you for those comments.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in recess. We will be meeting again tomorrow, Wednesday, July 27th. It is 2:49 p.m. We are in recess until tomorrow. Thank you.
I just didn't put it out. I never got to it.